also sending audio right now. Makes sense, right? Test, test. Ani, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started shortly, and if we could ask the Gimapayag to come and get your flags. We're going to get a line out the door to the left there, and then come in with the grand entry, and then the staffs, of course, will be in front. Miigwech.
Hey, you guys are from Thunder Bay, right? What's that hotel that's Indian owned in Thunder Bay? The old Landmark?
Landmark.
Landmark. Is it still called the Landmark Inn?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't recommend anybody out. It's in disrepair.
Oh.
Yeah, that's like the owners don't go to it. That's the only reason why I'm saying that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like it's. Sorry. The Superior Inn was just bought by Mitch McConnell as well.
Superior Inn? Okay.
Yeah. So that's nicer. I was actually just emailing with them for an event in July.
Yep, I'll watch it. Stare at it.
There's no money in there. So
Oh, okay.
Oh, hey Corey.
Yep.
Can you undo that?
What's that?
We can't start the webcam because the host has stopped it.
I don't really need to be seen. My face is not important. We don't need my face.
It's I think that they're more interested for Shirley, but
Ah.
that's I think. It still says no.
Yeah, it's still. I think we got it. We got it. And then that's it. Like, okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
I don't think not a paper one now. Oh, do we?
miigwech for that. We say to miigwech to Thunder Earth Drum from the Sing, for the Grand Entry song, for that Three Fires song, and for that veteran song. We'd like to next call on Shomus Richard to get us opened up in a good way with an opening Thanksgiving opening prayer. Yeah.
The Creator who owns everything. The Creator, we give you thanks that we're able to get wake up this morning, and for us to be able to see today as to how we arose this morning when they offered the tobacco to the pipe, and to the chiefs sitting around the circle as they put the tobacco in their pipes. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. So the spirits, we humbly ask upon you to come upon us today. What we are going to do here today, to do it in a good way. What was given to the Anishinaabe. Okay, to the spirits from the north, south, east, and west, to come here and listen to us as to what we are doing. And to the spirits in the sky world, come and stop by. It is a great honor. It is a great honor that we are able to see our grandfather's sun shining on us this morning. And to the people that our grandmother moon for shining on us at nighttime, miigwech. And we humbly ask upon you, and we give thanks for today, and for you to help me to be able to do what it is that I do. And I give thanks for that. Miigwech, thank you. Thank you.
Say miigwech to our Getsit Richard.
Miigwech dinama wa Getsit Richard.
From our Getsit Council.
Okay, no one the Getsit Council.
Donna DeBosque.
Ishminamo Donna DeBosque.
Getsit Kinklewa Council to open us up with Godwell and Getsit Anishinaabe.
I come from the Manitoulin Island. The Creator placed the Anishinaabe on the earth along with the gift of spirituality. Here on earth, there are gifts given to the Anishinaabe to look after the water, fire, water, earth, and wind. Creator also gave Anishinaabe 7 sacred gifts to guide them. They are love, truth, respect, wisdom, humility, honesty, and bravery. Creator gave us sovereignty to govern ourselves. We respect and honor the past, present, and future.
Miigwech for that, Donna. We're going to post the flags and the staffs, and then we will hear Grand Council Chief Reg.
Kewinan. Midishmino Jabusen Mangedo when the Jibe Gigdoat. Och om de åker en kucing då går det någon crane shirts. Aha. Man pigo yama shime. Jibodite.
We'll keep an eye out for your feed and stuff. We'll try not to be too loud. So far, so good.
So far so good, but I think I need headphones because I can really hear them.
Okay. I might have to have a think about that.
Okay, don't worry about it. If it's too much, I will make do.
You should definitely have some. You just don't have too many speakers around. Do you guys see any of those markets DJ songs that you're unpacking? Any? Okay. Tell you what, I'll grab you some of mine. I just have some in my room next time I go up.
Okay, all right.
Those will be Bluetooth.
All right.
You might hear yourself as well. No, because you'd be on the English version. You'd be listening to English. Yeah. I'll try and put that.
Ani.
You'll have to let us know if this is better than being put in one of those booths, like one of those tin boxes
Oh yeah,
that I see
yeah,
all the time. I don't
yeah.
know. That sometimes we'll see them and maybe a newer one they'll be just like, oh, like we should get one of those. It's just like I'm pretty sure the last thing anybody would want to do is be put in one of those.
Oh yeah, no, those are so compact.
Yeah. She also might be between two
As Bezriage Donjaba Neme Dorum, Grand Council Chief Red Anishinaabe, Anishinabek Nation. I want to say welcome to all our citizens, all of our dignitaries. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for the people online or who may be coming online soon on YouTube.
Miigwech dina kinuya
Glad
gibishaik
to see everybody
mampi.
was able to make it here safely, I hope.
Mino kinuya gibem natugushing.
Over the next couple of days, of course, we'll be having our Grand Council Assembly.
Mampi the nakmagat manda Grand Council Assembly. Godosa
We've
bun
had a in-person election.
manda
The last one was
shasha.
online. It was on Zoom.
Ekun kwashkadadying.
For those of you that are here and for those of you that'll be watching
Nongo
online,
mampi
if
aig.
you've never seen this
Mino
ceremony take place, it's
manda
actually very beautiful,
ginorna
very
was
powerful.
monen en moining aig.
Uh, don't blink or you'll miss it. No, okay. It'll take us the next 2 days to go through all of it.
So nongo nijwan
But
manda one at
as we
batamang
progress through here today,
kanjatame.
um, really get a sense of how the ceremony goes, how
Manda
beautiful it is,
nai.
how unifying it can be, how uplifting it can be,
Eje nishing
how enlightening it
eje
can be.
nuendagok manda skimachtaing ginwin kea
So,
bimadzwina.
and as our Getset always encourages,
Mabashka gets it pane
we're watching.
ekedat
Please pay attention.
manda
Interact.
wamdameng
Consider
Israelbak.
our ways.
Manda ginwe estoing
When we're gone, somebody will have to remember these
goya p
incidents
majaring goya
and carry
abde
them
mada
on in
dan
their way.
kwendan win objectic.
We got some pretty young chiefs here. We got some
Yaok
pretty young
mampishke
leaders that
shke
have been around
gemak
for a while.
jina objectat manda
We
kea.
appreciate that. So please pay attention
Aha, mit der Schöbsindemak, Quedweg, Egui, Quedweg,
as our grandmother
Mampino Comesnanek, Yauk,
help fill you in.
Getizijik, Yauk,
Evelyn said, don't ask her though. But enjoy your week. Enjoy the next couple of days.
Nendagzik, Nangobanda,
I hope you have
Mampimnik Boyang,
I hope we have a great assembly.
Mino,
Hope we get a lot done.
Abdana Madanishin, Kidege Ujigistoing, how me gwetch.
And I'll now pass it off to Marsha, I believe, to introduce our co-chairs.
So we do have an opportunity to hear from the rest of our executive from our leadership council. So we will turn to our representatives from Southwest, which is Jamal Chris Plain.
Money, Mojo, Grindabalgan, Digital, Zamtanum, Donjava, Yamal, and just wanted to quickly welcome everybody here today. My name is Chris Plain. I'm the interim Southwest Regional Grand Chief and Deputy Grand Chief. I've been in that position now for just about a year, and so it gives me great pleasure to be here today. I haven't been in the role as long as my colleagues, but we do have the smallest region in the Anishinaabe Nation. And it just gives me great pleasure to see everybody here today. There's a lot of people I haven't met, and I look forward to meeting a lot of you and a lot of old familiar faces that I look forward to reacquainting with. And I'd like to acknowledge all of our sacred items and the people that are watching online and all of the people that have made the effort to get here today. I understand we're at a capacity and they had to shut off registration, and I don't think I've ever remembered that happening at an assembly for as long as I go back to 2005 or so. But anyway, just great to see everybody here. Look forward to the next few days, and I look forward to getting to know all of you and reacquainting myself with all of you that we haven't seen for a while since the COVID. And we have a lot of new chiefs here as well. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the next couple of days. Miigwech.
Okay.
Miigwech Gima Plain. Next, we'll hear from our Deputy Grand Chief from the Southeast region, Jim Bob Morrison.
Hanin, bonjour.
Hello,
Dinesh Dekaz, Binomazo, Alderville
my
First
name is
Nation,
James
Nunavut.
Marston
I'd just like
from
to
the
also
Alderville First
welcome you
Nation.
all.
Miigwech ma
It's a
pikene
great
gibijai
day
kap
to
chuko
see
nishid
a
nang
bunch
gumana
of you
gijgak
here.
kap chuko
It's
moshsun kena
our
gego
election
is
year.
ejem
Grand
na
Chiefs,
na
and it's the
jayamagok
first one since
mampi
a couple
yaing
terms, I believe, but you can just feel
manduk peshka
the high
dadwin hap chuko
energy.
nishid
I spoke a little bit this morning at our
bangi
sunrise
bangi
gathering
gid
on the
bajam
Sunrise
jeba
Club in
give
Melbourne
moksit ma
this morning.
bagizis na
And
de bagne kujep
I mentioned one of our youth
gi
there,
gid bajma ma bejigish knigit
he mentioned to myself and
mampi
Mel Hardy
at
that he would like to see
up to
an
bugasendam
honor song or
jawab dang
something just to remember the 80th
manda
anniversary of
ngagamwin
D-Day. A lot of our veterans took part in that
o
campaign,
de
and
nam
I think we have
injimi ga
to
ding
honor
ashajik
our veterans from the past,
jibnajin
present, and
gedoge
future. So maybe
ashajik
Pierre can
ode
speak on this a little later, and
manda
hopefully
batana
we'll get
gadama
it on the agenda.
mampich
You know, a
nango
lot of
nango
our
mampich bigadik
veterans from World War II
ke
have
ode
passed on.
injimi ga
Alderville,
injik
we're lucky we
chimiga ding
still have
ashajik
one, Mr. Don Smoke,
mampi
his
go
daughter
yaog
Marty
anan
Smoke's here,
dance smokers na
and
kazat
I'd just like to mention that, you know, so we got to
shurangat
keep all our
batana bangi
veterans in our heart. But also, last week, many of
odige
us in this room
gabe misek
witnessed
giom
a
dana
historic day
mandana
when
kchitogi jgak
MVP Sol Menaflof of the
mandanam
North introduced the language to the
the way
legislation.
with the king
So in the legislation in the House,
gibe
there's only two
gibe
languages that could be
jenjgadik
spoke. That was English
odik
and
chige
French.
makaning
But he worked
ke
hard
manda
and doing some good
ptuguji win mino jogna
work
shiwin
on the sidelines with his
ge nango
fellow
de shwing
MPPs.
kamina
And he
kitang
spoke on this for about 10 minutes in
mandam
the
dasat
House.
bangaski
And
batan
he
chui
got a
woving
standing ovation
anda
by all the parties in the
shugina ni
House
buyuk shega
and by all
gayajik
those in attendance in the gallery. So
boxing
I think
jizok
sometime, I don't know if it could be at this
abdiksha
assembly,
the
but
man goding
we should honor those such as
mandana
Sol who bring
nango
forward such historic events in our
najeng
lives.
gedo gonda
So
mandana
again, I'd
gwen na
just like
kijik
to say miigwech.
Minister
It's going to be
Mami
an
Goding,
exciting,
Chikidia,
exciting
Apchugo,
time. It's good
Mami
to see you
Quendam
all again. So
Nongomanda,
miigwech.
Wobininguk, Haumi Gwech.
Miigwech to James Marsden from the Southeast region, Alderville First Nation. Next, we'll turn to Melvin Hardy from the Northern Superior region.
Bonjour, Zongizi de Gomokok, de Bijwa Big Sog Anishinabek. Good morning, my name is Mel Hardy. I'm the Anishinaabe Nation Regional Deputy Grand Council Chief for Northern Superior. I was actually former chief of Bijwa Big Sog Anishinabek, which is Rocky Bay, which is on the southeast side of Lake Nipigon. Jimmy Gwest to Miss Richard and look at Miss Donna for their opening and Thanksgiving for a successful and meaningful Grand Council Assembly election in Anishinaabe Gijigat. I'd like to also acknowledge that Robinson Superior here in the treaty is where we gather today. I want to thank the elders and the knowledge keepers at the sunrise ceremony this morning in sharing our ceremonial responsibilities. When we gather and structure our meetings in a meaningful way, we are embracing our own ways, following our own laws, speaking our own language, and bringing it to the forefront for our advocacy and leadership. I'd like to reflect and acknowledge all the nations here today. And if you look around from nation to nation, we are striving to lead the way, and I remain honored to have engaged in this important work for the last 3 years. I felt honored for my first day in office. Our communities depend on us as leaders to ensure that we hold Anishinaabe values and principles at the forefront for everything we do. We're at the crossroads. As First Nation peoples need to continue to take this decisive actions to strive to bold visions and goals, honoring the original treaties and not honoring broken promises from the Crown. We did that a lot, especially with the province. To the elders and all the pipe carriers who led the pipe ceremony to start us off in a good way this morning at the sunrise ceremony, I want to say Chippy Gretch. Request to the members of the Leadership Council and all the nation building councils, and to all the dignitaries in attendance, should request for being here, taking the time. Hope everyone enjoys their time here and leaves feeling with a sense of renewal and knowing that we have so many gifts in our bundle that we will always help all of our people thrive as a treaty and as a nation. I'm honored that our nation has decided to pick up our clan governance bundles so that we can have more inclusive and wholesome decision-making direction. Jimmy Gush, for your trust, wisdom, respect, humility, bravery, truth, honesty, and wisdom. And I just want to point out that Jim Bob was spoken about. You know, Chief Joe spokesman brought us the news that the Juno Beach War Museum was being torn down, and they were going to build a condominium on it. That happened 2 years ago, approximately. And so what we did is we got into action. We wrote letters to Prime Minister's office right across, even across Europe. We did that for a while. Then we didn't hear nothing for a long time. We didn't know what the heck's going on. Then we got a letter from the War Museum. They were thanking the Anishinaabe Nation for the work that we did, because Canada went and purchased that land. And so, and what we talked about there, the blood of our people fell in that spot. And we need to make sure we honor that. That's exactly what happened when Canada bought that. The War Museum stayed, so we can always have that cherished memory that our people had fought there, died there, and that's why we were able to do what we want to do today. With that, I would say, Chimiigwech, have fun. Chimiigwech.
Miigwech, Mel Hardy from Northern Superior Region. Next, we'd like to call up on stage is Gimakwa Rachel Manitobi from Wikwemkong, who also forms part of the Executive Leadership Council.
Laura Mayer can now say that she stopped me from, or delayed me from speaking. A feat not many can do. Miigwech kinuia.
Thank you, everyone.
Miigwech mino gibidoska bing miigwech mino.
Thank you for being able to gather together here where we are going to be electing a new leader. I ask that the Creator comes here. Okay, Mampijavajat.
Our duties and our
There's a
roles are
Rajagamajajic.
over the
Nungo
next 2
Mampijave.
days.
We do
I want to say
cutting.
to everyone who has spoken
Mi
thus far,
wetchwalk, Shashagagigajik.
to get sit Richard Minoshandana.
Magondage Richard Miondana, mi wetchwalk, you know.
My heart is
Is
always
chikiat.
warmed and fulfilled
Opene,
when
Morkne
our
de
language being spoken.
Manda, Shabemwin. I try
I
very hard to speak the language, and I don't speak it fluently, but I try every day to speak the language.
When I hear the words
Pinon
that
ma
Donna speaks as well as Richard, it really feels
ma van
like
dana
art,
gigidat
and
bino
it
Richard
inspires me
gigidat
for
up
my
to
role
getting
not only as
do
a
wedgestone.
leader,
Yeni
but as
nikia
a
chin
member
shrabe
of the
mia
Leadership Council.
mumpi nem
We're
david
here
mumpi
to
ni
represent
ganzajik.
each one of us,
Kinagmanta
not just
bebejik.
our own areas, but
I
the
went to
Anishinaabe
Gino
nation
Engmine,
as a whole,
Kinagmabamzo and Shabek
carrying in our
Nation.
hearts who we are as Anishinaabe
Kino
people,
Yawing, Asian
whether we're
Shabe
from
wing.
Wikwemkong,
Gishpinjamine with
Bay,
Quemkong.
from southwestern
Mage
Ontario,
Southwestern the King.
southeastern region,
Mage
we're all one
Neno no Chunguja. Kinago
thread
Bejuk,
that's really
Kinago
important for
Bejugome.
us to
Midish Bejuk to be
remember
Tendawg.
always
Manda Jim
when we
Quen
come
Mang
to
Pane. Be
this
Mumpy
table.
Bijang. Mumpy Bijang to winning.
We look at
Dugnom
how we
Dana.
can move forward
Nigan
together
the King,
as a
Jajang.
collective
Mamwe.
united way.
Asia Mamwe seeing.
So, on Leadership Council, while I do hold
Eh,
the
when
seat
they
as
Nigan
a
Sijik.
representative, My
Nem
task
dib
is always
jikini
as
mi manda
Anishinaabe
gani en
cleric, as
kia
Anishinaabe
Anishinaabe
person,
kwewiya
is always to
Anishinaabe
look at what's good for
jignom
both.
jigadik kinagego wenjishing bishwavde jib kwenjagadegwe
She speaks in the assembly is Kumnadendana Gabajwebak,
manda
Mino Nungo Mego
to
Jwebak,
respect what had happened in the
Mayalme
past
Wonjwebak.
and what is
It
happening
helps us
now and what
remember
is
our
happening in the
past.
future.
It helps us respect the present
Jinawam
so that
damang
we can be
wanashorevak.
guided for the future.
Minonagomegwejrevak. Mino
Last night,
wanashorevak.
this is not a part of
Dvikong.
LC, but it's something that helps me as a member of the leadership
Geni
council.
mampio
Is
wanda
we had a
madbea.
community meeting yesterday
Gikweshkidada
about
mejinago.
Robinson Huron Treaty, and I know
Manda
that
the
that's
sir.
something that affects
Robertson Huron
everyone. So that
Treaty in
helps me
King.
remember who we are as one people.
Egypt Quenamang Gina
And it
Yawing.
was
Egypt is going.
a very lively discussion. It was
Nibidageo
a
id
good discussion
watchagade.
with many questions.
Ginishin non goga
Leadership
gwedwejik.
had the opportunity to provide answers. And that's a
Gimak.
part of leadership that
Giana je sewen
always
win
comes with
kwetageat.
the territory, even unceded territory. You do get called into lots of questions about who, what, where, when, and why.
Wanishman the king.
And that's good.
The kia.
That's good that the people ask
Wanashorevak.
those
Mission the
questions. It's good that
gaje
we had a chance to meet
nishingin
with them.
kwedwewin ga
And it's
kwedwa be
nothing to fear.
matzajik.
We shouldn't fear our own people because we are one heart, one
Kinishko
mind,
gbejo
and one
memompi.
spirit.
Gbejo te
I
eme.
believe I've
Mina gbejo
gone
gum de dome.
on probably far too
Aha,
long.
jaros
I've made the
usmeg being
assembly
jaros
even a little bit later than
dogigit.
it has already been. So my apologies for that.
Others
But it's
jeda.
good to be here. It's good to feel the energy
I'm just
here.
going to shit
Miigwech
ngo
to
mopie
everyone
most
who's
to
here.
ageni yang.
Miigwech to everyone at
Mi
this
gwech wa ken
table.
wo mopie ya to
And
puni.
I say, as in the wise words of Mel Hardy, have fun.
I'm nen dog zeda. Ma be ne takedot Mel Hardy.
Miigwech for that, Gmakwe Rachel. I want to acknowledge that we have some seasoned professionals with us this morning and for the assembly to help us co-chairs, so hoping they can get us back on track. My name is Marcia Trudeau-Bombary. I'm the CEO at the Anishinaabe Nation, and want to welcome and acknowledge our co-chairs for the assembly. We've got Vera, I think, who's no stranger to assisting us with our assemblies. Adam Fiddler also joining us, as well as Kingston Huff from Deshgonzibi. So want to say welcome to Miigwech for them accepting the important role of guiding us through the assembly proceedings. And I will look for a motion from the floor to appoint them as co-chairs so that I can turn it over to them in the way that we need to do that. So I look to Chief Michelle from Fort William First Nation, who's going to move that, and I'll look for a seconder. I see Sherry Crowley from Omjanong First Nation seconding. And if there are no objections, I will turn it over to our co-chairs. Miigwech.
I want to say I've been here listening. I've been listening since yesterday morning. And if you really listen, if you really, really listen, it looks like, it feels like family. Anishinaabe Nation family. So we're going to take that Anishinaabe family and with the talking stick and the direction from Chief Hardy, we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun because we started out this morning with a beautiful ceremony. We had even a naming ceremony inside that ceremony, so it's absolutely uplifting to be able to be a part of all of that. And if you want to be a part of that, Ms. Shomas is going to have another one tomorrow morning, 5 o'clock. And I want to share that Adam and Kingston and I were going to acknowledge that sunrise ceremony, that there was registration and breakfast, that there was a grand entry, that we had opening Thanksgiving, that we had an introduction. Our co-chairs, they're going to be the acceptance of the agenda. There's going to be the review and acceptance of the minutes of the fall assembly. You're going to have the UI corporate business. We're going to do the AN7 generation corporate business. We have some resolutions and all of those agenda items. We are going to have a health break. We're going to come back and do the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership and Sovereignty Wealth presentation. We're going to have policy and procedures manual. We're going to do have lunch. Then this afternoon, we're going to have regional caucus meetings. And then we're going to have the chief circle, and then we're going to do again at 3 o'clock regional caucus meetings. Following that, we're going to have the drum song, the closing drum song. We're going to have the Ontario Regional Chief candidates, and we're going to have the optional sweat for the Ontario Regional Chief candidates. We're going to start tomorrow with that sunrise ceremony. We're going to have registration and breakfast. There are going to be a Grand Council Chief and Deputy Grand Council Chief elections. And we're going to do some resolutions and some resolutions. We're going to do a blanketing ceremony. In the afternoon, we're going to have an honor song. We're going to do some legal in terms of UNDRIP and resolutions for that at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We're going to, I'm Anishinaabe, I have to put that in there. Mining over a title, that's going to be a resolution. We're going to talk about reconciliation and have a resolution for that. We're going to talk about Anishinaabe Mowin, and we're going to do that at 1:45, and there's a number of initiatives under there, and we're going to do the closing. And then on the following day, you're going to have Anishinaabe activities. But for the next couple of days, that is the agenda, and we would like to ensure that we get us through that as quickly as, honestly, as possible. I only have a couple of housekeeping items that we're going to remember to register, and that we have, as already mentioned, the highest number of people in attendance in-house, and as well some people on live stream. So that there's overflow space in the solarium, that there's vendors out there, so we'd like to ensure that we support our vendors, that the quorum counted in the morning and the afternoon, so please sign up. My friend Adam, he's really good about this quorum business. So make sure he has some numbers to report, that we have 36 chiefs registered in-person voting only. We have online digital packaging, it's limited, and only a limited printed copies. And the minutes from the summer are from summer, not the fall assembly, and they're in point form, and we're going to show them up on the screen when we get to that agenda item. And we're going to be live stream and recorded on Zoom. And we have translation services by our wonderful team, Isidore Toulouse and Shirley Williams. So we want to acknowledge them in the assembly. So with that, those are our agenda. Do I need a motion to accept this agenda? Chief Williams going to second and seconded. Chief LaRocque, I should know that. All right, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to accept this agenda, and then we're going to move you right along. And I'll ask my friend there if he's going to do something about his request for the Veterans Drum Song. There's a protocol that's required if we're going to ask the drum to do us the honor song for the veterans. So if you look after that, I'll keep us moving right along here. I only have a couple of personal announcements, a sharing. My friend over there, Chief Knott, he's 88 years old. His birthday was yesterday. probably, he shared that his only vacation he took on the last little while is to Vegas. So I don't know what that means. But anyway, congratulations on your birthday. 30 years he served his community, 19 years as the chief of Curve Lake. So miigwech for leading us in a good way for such a very long time. And right next door to him is my other favorite Gima there, Chief Williams. He comes and he shares like 50 years of marital bliss. He celebrated last week, so we want to say miigwech and kudos to him. And my rest of the rest of my kudo messages I can't say in the public, so I'll turn this over to Adam. Miigwech, miigwech.
Miigwech, Vera. Bonjour, Anin. Na da driga bon kaz na meben do dem nego zagning donji.
My name is Adam Fiddler.
Nungam gag shibayag mawach mun gishibaya nungam. Nego gwejma mando
I will ask the Creator
mawach nanuk.
that we have a good gathering here today,
Miigwech.
and I give you thanks.
As indicated, my English name is Adam Fiddler. I come from
Adam Fiddler Dishnaka, Sandy Lake Nojaba,
northwestern
also
Ontario.
the King,
It's good to be here. It's good to see everyone.
Kiwed nung
As
Epgishmak,
indicated, we are all
Ontario.
family, and it's good to gather
Apshko
together once again.
Nishin, Mampi,
Looking forward to the
Wabben
discussions.
Ninruk,
Vera did a really
Nungo
good job. She
Wadwatamang,
almost got us back on track with timing.
Apchishko Nishin,
Make it really
Nungo
quick.
Megwa, Nick
The next
Bime
agenda
Pichak,
item is going through the
Namashmino,
minutes of the previous assembly. So I'm going to ask
Jimmy
the
Edwadwatamang,
staff to
Squatch
put
Eat
them on the screen.
Quashkadading,
Also, you
Nan,
have it in
Pajma
your
Widan.
kits. Also, just a reminder, if you don't have hard copies, on your lanyard at the back, there is a website. You can use your phone. You can take a sort of a
Že
scan
mzenegan
of the
sing
QR code.
gibuz bige
And,
že
just
tem
click on the
gadwe
button, that'll take you to the
mzenak
website.
zekans mi že
All of the
ge
information is
nai
on there. The
mzenak
agenda,
zaman gdo ge gdo
background,
bi ap konstring
information, all the
mi je
background
she
documents.
jindin man manda
Also, a reminder
agenda
that
is
we
na kadik.
are being webcast. We're also on Zoom, but we are being webcast.
Ge
so,
manda Zoom the
folks back
king
home can,
kena e ya jigen da daik
just give them the website,
ki bin gum je website
anishinabek.live/portal,
anishinabek.live
and that'll take you to all the materials. So, again, the minutes of
backslash
the last
portal.
assembly. Now, this is not the fall assembly.
Kai
This was
manda
the
aus no
annual
fall
General
assembly
held
manda
last June.
ensen go bun quashkadad
The
win
Grand Council Assembly
Obruni gizes
2023,
pana
June
Israel
7th to the 9th, 2023 at Curve Lake First Nation. I'm not going to go through the entire document. You have it in front of you. It is up on the screen. We started with the
Kau kelnigin
Anishinaabe
sino
Nation
PHP
7th
gadik
Generation Charity
pangi
Corporate
gnata
Meeting. And
gadbatan
then we went to the Union of Ontario Indians corporate meeting. The notes from those discussions are
Well,
in
sure, book.
the minutes. What I will do is I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, open it up for any discussion. But again, this material was sent out ahead of time. You have it up on the screen. It's also the hard copies in your packages. So can I have a mover to accept the minutes? Chief Larocca, Miigwech, Kuma, Chief Nutt, thank you. I will allow a quick opportunity if there are any questions, comments on
wo ye
minutes.
ne ya ge go
Again,
wo
try to
go
catch up
edwet
on time. We do have a microphone in the
urso
back,
le
one
te
microphone.
gi do bi ap kons
So,
wi gi
throughout
dait
the assembly, if you'd like
jinon
to
jgade
speak to an
mzwe
issue,
ekdai
have a
wo go
question or
edwet
comment, if you can approach the microphone, please. I don't see anybody.
I
so
will
with
not
that,
mercy.
any
Aha,
objection to
we are ya
motion to accept the minutes?
wo kan nazak manda
I see none.
I
So
will ya
with that, motion is carried.
sima de gi
We'll accept the minutes.
gi japshka mogak
I'm going to turn it over to
Aha.
our colleague Kingston, who will get into the next very important.
aha ma bish mi no intam Kingston the nandigidon Shirley Kintam
Ani, Manukasheb, bonjour everybody. After the big Nini Dishnikaz, Jijak Kandodam, Deshkanzi, Bing and Donjaba, Anishinaabe, Nini and Dao. First, I just want to start by saying miigwech to everyone for making it out today. It's a real beautiful day when we all get to come together like this, and so I want to say miigwech for taking the time out of your day. Also want to say miigwech to my co-chairs, Adam and Vera. They're doing an amazing job so far, and it's actually my first co-chair opportunity today, so I just want to say miigwech, and I appreciate you bearing with me. Maybe let's keep the heckling down a little bit. I guess the next agenda item we have here, we're going to move into the union corporate business. So I'm just going to need a quick motion for that. If I could get a mover and a seconder for moving into the corporate business. Mover Joe Muskokamon, Chief Joe Muskokamon. Seconder Kim Kettleblank Miigwech. Alrighty, and I see no objections, so that motion is carried. Miigwech. Next, could I please have Derek D'Angelo from KPMG come up, and we're going to have a presentation there.
And just it's too tedious and time consuming. Wow.
Okay, just for clarification, I'm not Derek. I think most of you know that. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our assembly this year. I'd just like to talk a little bit about our Treasury Board. I was just telling Derek, I sit on 5 Indigenous boards right now, and we're fortunate to have a Treasury Board that does a lot of work going through the work plans, budgets. The Treasury Board did review the audit last week sometime, and then yesterday we presented that to Leadership Council. So the audit's gone through a couple of initiatives. So also today, I guess the Treasury Board members are up for renewal when they have their regional meetings. But I'd just like to take a moment, because I think most of our Treasury Board members are here, just to acknowledge them. So I see Liz Cloud over here from... Don't think I've seen Lauren today, so if you hear Lauren, stand up, but if not, Lauren Williams from the Southeast is our other rep. So basically, the Treasury Board does meet quarterly and go through statements with the management. We do meet with the auditor and go through the budget or the audit before it comes to the Leadership Council and before it comes to the Assembly. Now, I'm not going to talk too long, although I'm sure Vera would say I'm her favorite Secretary-Treasurer right now. And I know you're going to hear a lot more from me this afternoon and tomorrow when we get into the Grand Council elections. And like the Grand Chief said earlier, we're doing it live again, which is going to be nice, because the last time I did the elections 3 years ago, I was sitting in a hotel room in North Bay, I guess, doing it on Zoom. So it's going to be nice to see us all live again. Anyway, I've taken up enough of your time, so we're going to introduce Derek D'Angelo, who's our auditor from KPMG, who's going to take us through the audit. Derek?
So, welcome everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to present the financial statements for this year. I have presentations on the decks, and I'll go through the Union of Ontario Indians first. So if we can move to the next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. So the first pages of the audit are the auditor's report. This is our report on the results of the audit that we conduct. And we've given a clean or an unqualified opinion on the financial statements for the Union of Ontario Indians for the year ended March 31st, 2024. And a clean opinion is what you want to get when you have your audit completed. And that's the highest level of assurance that can be given under Canadian audit standards. So the auditor's report is 3 pages in the beginning of the financial statements. It goes through what management's responsibility and those charged with governance, their responsibilities are in completing the audit. And it also goes through what the auditor's responsibilities are in completing our audit on the financial statements. So looking at the next slide, which is the consolidated statement of financial position. This is a summary of the assets, liabilities, and net assets of the Union of Ontario Indians. at March 31st, 2024 with the comparatives for 2023. I'm going to speak in round numbers to make things easier, and my apologies if the numbers are small on the screen, but there's a lot of numbers to go through, so I'll do my best to highlight them. So looking at the current assets, at year end, again at March 31st, 2024, there was cash and cash equivalents, which were investments, of $103.6 million, up from $89.6 million in 2023. This increase in cash of around $14 million is driven by a few things. One being a surplus for the year of approximately $2.7 million, an increase in your accounts payable and accrued liabilities, which relates to the timing of when things get paid, of around $17.4 million. And this was offset by some increase in our accounts and grants receivable of about $4.3 million, some decrease in our deferred contributions of about 1.5, and some other operating working capital changes of about $300,000. As mentioned, our accounts and grants receivable have increased about $4.3 million. Some of the large pieces, we see about $1.95 million of an increase in receivable from Indigenous Services Canada. Again, a lot of that's just due to the timing of when grants come in and when they're collected. We also see around a $540,000 increase from the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services, $460,000 from the Ministry of Health, $450,000 from St. Clair College, $400,000 from Natural Resources Canada, $470,000 from various First Nations, around another $500,000 from other various governmental agencies, and a decrease of around $430,000 from McGonigan. The balance of the current assets, which comprise of your investments, prepaids, and inventories, are consistent with the prior year and are slightly up, just because you'll see on the next couple slides that the activity of the union increased substantially in 2024, so you would expect some of your asset balances to increase as well. Looking at your long-term investments, they've gone up from about $2.1 million to $2.3, and really those are your long-term investments in the fur harvesters auction. So the increase really is your share of the earnings of the fur harvesters auction for fiscal 24. And finally, your assets, your capital assets, they've gone down around $130,000. And as mentioned, there's around $80,000 of new capital items purchased, mainly office equipment and computers and those types of things, offset by around $210,000 of the amortization or your accounting usage of those assets for the fiscal year. So your total assets have increased approximately $19 million this year, ending the year at $120.2 million. Looking at your liabilities, accounts payable, go to the next slide, please. If we're looking at accounts payable, it's increased by around $17.4 million, and it's mainly driven by, again, some major pieces I'll go over. It's about a $6.3 million increase to McGonigan this year, around $9.9 million owing to various First Nations at year end, around $2.4 million owing to various government agencies for mainly for prior periods, offset by a decrease of around $460,000 to Nunanisi Employment and Training, and around $370,000 less owing to the Ruimagong Hub Center. Deferred contributions have also gone down by around $1.4 million, and it's made up again of a couple main pieces. I'm just going to highlight the top three. There's around a $9.6 million decrease in the deferred contributions from Indigenous Services Canada, offset by a $4 million increase from Service Canada, and around a $1.85 million increase from the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. And we'll see that our net assets have increased from $27.9 million to $30.3 million at year end. Looking at the statement of operations, which is a summary of your revenues and expenses for the year. Again, just going to highlight the main changes year over year. and I've got the highlights listed on the slide as well. We can see that your revenue, the main source is from government contributions, and that's increased from just around $60 million up to $65.4 million. And the majority of those increases are from Service Canada revenues. We also see a large increase in revenues from other funding agreements. That's increased from $2.3 million up to $10.6. So that $8.2 million increase is, majority of that is a funding agreement for McGonigan in 2024. Interest revenue has also increased by around $760,000. As you saw, the Union of Ontario Indians has cash on hand at year end, and through their investments into cash on hand and the higher interest rates that were available during calendar 23 and the early part of calendar 24, interest revenue has increased from $1.1 million up to $1.88 million. So a pretty substantial increase in our interest revenue year over year. So total revenues, as I mentioned, increased around $14 million this year, up to $78.8 million. And that's just under a 25% increase in revenues for fiscal 24. Looking at the expenses, again, we can see the top, 4 items are your main expenses. The payments to the First Nations increased from $35.8 million up to $46.8 million, so almost an $11 million increase. And again, that just follows the increase in funding, and more money goes out to the First Nations. Salaries and benefits has increased approximately $1.9 million. And again, that's just due to an increased headcount and through approved salary increases. Conventions and travel have increased from 3.4 up to $4.9 million. That's around a $1.45 million increase. Again, it's just due to the increase in operating activities. Again, there's 25% more revenue, 25% more activity that's going on. And also a part of that is through COVID, there was the travel restrictions. And we saw through fiscal 23 and then obviously through fiscal 24 an easement of those travel restrictions, and more travel was taking place, similar to what was being done pre-COVID. Contract and professional services have increased approximately $600,000, and again, it's purely just to increased operating activities and the revenues that came in. And finally, last year, there was approximately $830,000 of the bad debts that were written off. This year, that dropped to about $286,000. And again, those are funding receivables that are set up in prior years and eventually don't come through. The rest of the expenses you'll see as you go down the list, they're either quite comparable to the prior year or consistent with that funding increase and the activity increase that we would have had through fiscal 2024. So total expenses have increased from $58.6 million up to $72.7 million. So an increase of around $14.1 million. The current year surplus repayable has increased from $3 million to $3.8. And at the end, what this means is that we had a surplus this year of $2.1 million compared to a surplus last year of $2.7. Last year, we also had to set up some additional surpluses repayable from prior years, and that was $570,000. As I mentioned, well, this year we actually had some recoveries, so those were $73,000. We also then have to reflect our share of the earnings of our investments in our jointly controlled entities. That was $180,000 this year, and that was $292,000 last year. So when we get to the bottom at the end, what we're showing here is that we had a surplus last year of $2.4 million, and this year we had a surplus of rounding $2.4 million as well, net about a $5,000 increase in our surplus this year. The next slide, I just wanted to put this in just to show you, as I mentioned, your total revenues. And just I broke it down to show you where the main sources of your funding come from. So Service Canada, as I mentioned, this year the revenue was $17.3 million. Indigenous Services Canada around $14.4. Health Canada, approximately 3 million. Other Canada funding around 1.4, and then provincial government funding around $29.3 million. So all of those pieces make up your government contributions of around $65.3 million. So that's my presentation for the Union of Ontario Indian financial statements. I don't know if you want to take, if there's any questions now or wait till later.
All right, Miigwech. Thanks, Derek. So I don't see any questions. I think we'll just move right on through to the resolutions. I have a couple of. Here we go. So the first resolutions, I'm going to need a mover and seconder to approve the financial statements that were just presented. You've seen on the screen there. They were on the screen, as well as you should have a hard copy. So if I could get a mover and a seconder to approve the audit as presented. We have a mover over here. Sorry, could you state your name? Chief Corbier. Sorry, I'm new. Chief Corbier moved. Can we get a seconder? Any seconders? Yeah, over here. Chief Judy. Desmolin. Okay, so I'm not seeing any objections, so that motion. Oh, sorry. Actually, I'll open it up for questions if we have any questions. Miigwech.
Can you get a box of Kleenex also? Miigwech.
All right, I'm not seeing any questions, so I'll just need a all in favor. All right, no objections. Miigwech. Motion is approved. Yep. Oh, there's one in the back there, yep.
I can hardly see the screen, so maybe the next time we do this, bring up the numbers a little bit bigger.
Okay, for sure, yeah. Good feedback. Miigwech. Alrighty. Okay, so that brings us to the second motion here. So the next resolution we have here is to continue to appoint KPMG as the auditors for Anishinaabe Nation. Do hereby approve that the services of the firm KPMG be secured to prepare audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025. Do we have any questions on the resolution? No. All right, I'm not seeing any questions. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that resolution? Can we get a mover there? Oh, here we go. There's a mover over here on the left. What's the name, sorry? Chief Simpson, Alderville. Can I get a seconder? Kelly Rogers? Yeah. Oh, sorry. We just need some clarification.
So just going to help out here. I want to make sure the resolution we have on the screen is the correct resolution that we're looking at. And we can't really see from here. So this is the resolution appointing KPMG to prepare the financial statements for the Union of Ontario Indians. Okay, so we've got the right resolution. Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, what's done? Okay. All right. Thanks for that, Adam. Okay, so we had our mover and our seconder for that motion. Did we have that noted? Good. Oh, sorry, the seconder? Chief LaRocca? Seconder? Yep. Miigwech. Okay, so that takes us through those two resolutions there. Next, we're going to move on. Sorry? After that, sorry, I forgot to ask for a vote. Can we get a all in favor for that last resolution? All in favor, yeah. Any abstentions? Any abstentions? No? I'm not seeing any. Oppositions? I'm not seeing any. All right, the motion is carried. Miigwech. Sorry, the resolution is carried. Thanks, Pierre. Okay. So I'm going to ask Vera to come up and introduce the next resolutions there. Yep. Okay. So our next item on the agenda here is we're going to have more corporate business for the AN7GC. So if I could ask Derek to come up and maybe share a little more about that. Or sorry, Fred. It doesn't see. Sorry. Around the room. All right, Miigwech, Fred.
Mani Bojo, Coco Dejnakas, Fred Belfait is my name too. We have a resolution, and it relates back to Grand Council Assembly last year, where the chiefs directed us by resolution to amend the bylaws from the 4 deputies to 1 deputy and 1 Grand Council chief. So that issue was brought to Treasury Board. The bylaws were amended on paper, at least, in draft, and presented to Treasury Board. That was approved there. We then presented at Leadership Council. That was approved there. Now we're here before you to get your support. We did the changes to go from 4 deputies down to 1 deputy in the bylaws. We also took the opportunity to put gender-neutral language into the bylaws, because it used to say he, him all over the place. We also took the opportunity, there was 2 number 47s for whatever reason, so we fixed that numbering issue, and that was it. It's in your kits. So if we can put that resolution up on the projector. There we go. So the therefore be it resolved on this is that the Chiefs in Assembly do hereby approve the amended bylaw dated June 4th, 2024. And it's been in your kits. Do we have a mover? So we have Sherry Crowley, proxy for Amachon, and for Coburn Island, Jabal Housing, Chief Irene Kells. Any abstentions? Any opposed? All in favor? Miigwech? That's carried.
All right, Miigwech, Fred. Okay, so that brings us to the end of that portion there. Can I please get a mover and a seconder? I just need a motion to close that corporate business section there. A mover over here, Chief Corbier, and a seconder. Oh yeah, in the back corner, sorry. Can you state your name? Chief Williams? Love it? Alrighty, and that's it for that portion. Miigwech.
I want to engage and ensure that we have a motion to open the floor for the business of the AN7 generation corporate business. I need a motion to open the floor for that business. So can I have a mover to open the floor? And you can say your name. Okay, Chief Mike, thank you. And a seconder for that motion. Chief LaRocca, thank you. It's been moved and seconded to open the floor for the business of the 7th generation. And with that, all of those in favor? Miigwech, opposed? Abstentions? Carried, thank you. So I'm going to invite Derek back up again to present the financial statements for the 2024 audited statements for the 7th generation. Derek?
So I'll go through the financial statements. This is again, the first 3 pages of the financial statement are your independent auditor's report. And we've given, again, an unqualified or a clean audit opinion for the financial statements for the charity for the year ended March 31st, 2024. Again, this is the highest level of assurance that can be given under Canadian audit standards. The audit report on right here goes on page 2 and 3. Again, goes through what the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance are, and it also goes through what our responsibilities are as your auditor. So looking at the financial statements for the charity for the year ended March 31st, 2024. And I'm going to talk in just in round numbers to make things easier. At rent, there is cash of approximately $468,000. This cash is around a $34,000 increase from the prior year. And again, we'll see it's made up of a few things. One, there was a surplus for the year of around $11,000. There was a change of around $4,000 in your working revenue. Accounts receivable, $1,000 to
What we see here is that your trade receivables have gone down by around $5,500.
around $22,000. So it's around a $7,000 decrease. What we see here is by about $1,300.
For the golf tournament, and that deposit was made.
And then last year, there was a prepaid expense of around $1,000 for the golf deposit in fiscal 25 so that was no prepaid this year. So total assets are up from around $460,000 to $80,000. Accounts payable and accrued liabilities have gone down by approximately $4,000. Really here, the account regular trade payables, which are only around $12,000. There's some accruals for some like the audit services, but the accounts payable and accrued liability are some funding amounts received in fiscal 21 during COVID to run its regular activities, and therefore that funding not being able to be used. So that amount was set up as a pay, and we'll deal with that once all that comes to fruition in the future. Deferred contributions have gone up by around $18,500, and the ACE fundraiser. And we see here that net assets have increased around $11,000, which, as I mentioned, and my apologies, we'll make sure the numbers are larger on screen for next year. They're quite small on the slide. Looking at the statement of operations, the statement of operations, again, is your summary of your revenues and expenses for the year. Your revenues are down here by around $72,000. But that's because last year there was a one-time 100,000 Green Rock property management. So last year, without that donation, your donations would have been 100,000. Sales, sponsorship, and special events. Those are for all the events that are run throughout the year, the golf tournaments and things like that. All that flows through there, and that's down around $9,000 this year. Government contributions are consistent at approximately $98,000. Interest revenue, just like on the Union of Ontario Indians, interest revenues are up this year because, again, you hold a substantial amount of cash in the charity, and interest rates went up during the year, generating more interest revenue for the charity, and that was around, again, $15,900. So total revenues are down this year by around $75,000, but again, if we take that $100,000 one-time donation last year into account, revenues are actually up $25,000. Looking at your expenses, one of the things to note with the expenses is a lot of the expenses are related party expenses, and those are expenses that are incurred with the Union of Ontario Indians. So for example, anywhere you see a note 2 listed beside the expense, those are related party expenses. So for example, on contract and professional fees, they're consistent with the prior year at around $141,000. But $117,000 of those costs are charges from the Union of Ontario Indians for services that are rendered to the charity. Travel, meetings, and special events, it's up from last year at $88,000. Advertising and promotion is slightly down by around $5,000 to $38,000. The event costs are up from $37,500 to just under $42,000. And those are the two events that are run, one at Hawk Ridge Golf Course and the other at Casino Rama. And as I mentioned, all the rest of the items where you see the note 2 beside are all related party charges. So office in general, rent, computer services, reception, communication support. Those are all charges from the union for rendering services to the charity. So total expenses are up slightly from $321,000 to $331,000. That left you with a surplus before some undernoted items of $29,300 compared to last year at $113,000. There were scholarships issued of around $14,500 and donations of $3,500. So at the end, it left you with a surplus for the year of $11,200, up from a deficiency last year of $3,200. And that's all I have on the financial statements.
Thank you, Derek. So those are the audited statements and the presentation for the seventh generation charity. So we have a resolution. It's talking about approving the audited financial statements of the Anishinaabe Nation seventh generation charity Inc. as of March 31, 2024, as presented. Can I have a mover for that resolution? Chief Williams, second by Chief Knott. It's been moved and seconded for the resolution to appoint or accepting the audited statements. All of those in favor? Any opposition? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you. Our next resolution is the appointment. It talks to the appointment for the services of KPMG to be prepared to prepare audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2025 of the Anishinaabe Nation seventh generation charity. So can I have a mover for that resolution? A mover and a seconder appointing KPMG for till 2025. Chief Corbier, seconder. Okay, Chief Rodney from Whitefish River is the seconder. It's been moved and seconded. All of those in favor? Any abstentions? Any opposition? The motion resolution is carried. Thank you very much. So we only have two notes. A note that those audited statements, they were presented, but we also have the opportunity to talk to Sarah at the office if you wanted copies, hard copies. So that's available to you as members of the Anishinaabe Nation. We also want to, at this time, to invite Grand Council Chief Anishinaabe to do a presentation. Grand Council Chief.
Miigwech to Derek, our auditor from KPMG. Before I turn it over to Grand Chief, I just want to give some context to the next special presentation. We do want to acknowledge one of our long-serving staff members who will be retiring later this month. Glenda St. Amour has been Director of Corporate Services for a really, really long time. I know that a lot of you may not necessarily see her. She does a lot of our work and leads behind the scenes, but she has been with the organization for a really, really long time, and I'm going to turn it over to Grand Chief. We do have a special gift to her, and we do want to acknowledge her in front of the leadership and you know, our Anishinaabe Nation citizens.
She said a really, really long time, and she didn't add a date or a time to that. But to give you an indication, if anybody knows, Aldo Keys has been here a very, 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 very long time. But Glenda was here his first day he came in. And she was actually supervising him his first day he came in, fresh out of college. So, she has been here a very long time. She has much dedication to this organization. We thank her from the bottom of our hearts. We really appreciate the time that she's put in with us. It is truly incredible. There's not a heck of a lot to say. It just stands for itself in the time that she's been here with us. And we'd like to thank her and honor her with a special gift, if she'd come up and receive it now.
I just want to say miigwech. I've had a wonderful career working with the nation. I've seen changes galore.
Miigwech dikit manda ibinakit ma manda union.
Looking forward to my
Mandam
retirement.
dikabanakia.
Have my own little plans.
Hinagini
travel,
wananan
things,
kia.
personal things, and I've been working now I've worked at the union for 32 and a half
Charles mensum dana shinijod some bunden kimampi.
for 12 and a half years. So
Ma mino das shinijod buden.
I'm ready to rest.
Apchugo mgishita we the way beyond. Aha miigwech.
Miigwech, Glenda. That's a very long time to work for the people. 44 years. Wow. I need one more motion. That's to close the business for the 7th Generation Charity. So can I have a mover to close the business? Okay. And I have a mover. Can I have a seconder? Seconder to close the business of this agenda item. Chief Corbier Miigwech, it's been moved and seconded. All of those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. I get to be able to say you can have a break and be back because Adam's the next co-chair for that agenda item about, what are you talking about, Adam? Sovereign wealth. It's about money, so be right back. Miigwech. We have a break. We have a break, I think, 15 minutes. At 10 after 11, we'd like to be back in assembly. Miigwech. Miigwech.
Just a reminder as well.
That's what this is. You can go check out Georgian A, the room where the breakfast was.
Are you getting a snack too? Yes, but also I have to go to the bathroom because when I drink water, that happens.
Guys, this is still sending to the Zoom. Yeah. Because OBS and Zoom are separate. So even if you did it on Zoom, it could still be on OBS.
everyone to make their way back. I also would like to note and make some recognition of Chief Jerry Duquette. Chief Duquette has on numerous occasions raised his hands to move or second motions and resolutions. Unfortunately, when you're standing here at the podium, you cannot see Chief Duquette. We can see him from here. So we'd like to acknowledge Chief Duquette, who is an active participant in this assembly. The staffs are here, so there's a number of chiefs that we cannot see from the front. Also a note, reminder, if you wish to speak to any issues that we're dealing with, there is the one microphone in the back, so we can see that microphone. So with that, I know chiefs, delegates are making their way back, but we would like to get back on track. So I'm going to call on Pat Mandabi to deal with the next two agenda items. Pat has agreed graciously to get us back on track and make it brief. We'll see if he can do that. We're going to deal with the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership and then the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So we'll have two resolutions as part of the presentation. So with that, I'll give it to Pat Mandabi.
Look. Is that too short? I'll do the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership first. And these are in your kits, so I'm just going to do a few highlights. I'm not going to go through every point. But as many of you were informed at the regional meetings, COVID did decrease our lotteries with the casinos being closed. But in 2023, 2024, we're back up to 163.1 million. So steady growth is being forecasted. Right now, our board is being very diligent dealing with the iGaming issue. In 2022 of April, a whole bunch of private operators are running sites with casino games, betting, and some inter-player games like poker. And revenue sharing with First Nations started in April of 2023, but mostly in relation to casino games. So OFNLP is disputing the IGO revenue recognition for betting. This is a very significant financial dispute and may end up in arbitration. When I say it's very significant, this thing could be as high as 100 million by the time the agreement is over in 2033. It even could be maybe perhaps as high as $1 billion. So a lot at stake. We're being very diligent. I think personally we're probably going to end up in arbitration on this matter. But you'll get more detail at the upcoming AGA, which is July 4th. New lottery schemes. Again, I pointed this out. OLG and the province are constantly trying to revise things so that they can avoid paying us our 1.7% share by designating some games as new lottery schemes. So if you modernize, for example, a bingo game and make it electronic bingo, they're saying that's a new game. Well, according to the Criminal Code of Canada, gaming is gaming. If you place a bet to try to win some money, that's gaming. So it's our position that there is nothing that is new lottery schemes, other than just rebranding or refashioning of a modern way of playing a game. So we've been successful. They were designating some gaming products as new lottery schemes. And they were calculating revenue sharing based on net, not gross. So we objected immediately, and we're now engaged in a facilitated dispute resolution process. And Ontario submitted an offer to us, and we provided a response. But I can again tell you we're very concerned that they're lowballing us on this offer. So again, we're really watching what they're doing. There's another meeting with them on June 11th. So you'll have an update at the July 4th meeting. And again, this also could be a possible arbitration matter if things don't go well. But we're holding them to the fire on this issue. Non-gaming revenue arbitration. Through arbitration in court, we overturned the OLG plan to stop sharing their new non-gaming revenue through the privatization of casinos. And non-gaming revenue involves comps, ATMs, all the various things that you get. And so that revenue sharing has been restored on a retroactive basis. We're close to the settlement with Ontario for some of the forms of NGR that were not known to us before the arbitration. It's about 17 million as a lump sum and ongoing sharing. So this is subject to an OFNLP verification of their information that they're sharing with us. And we still have a right to review future non-gaming revenue calculations. So I just want to point out, there's been many arbitrations and cases over the years, and we've been very successful. I think we've got pretty well almost 100% track record of winning every arbitration that we went to because they're in the wrong, and they're just trying to lowball us wherever they get a chance. Again, I sound like a broken record here, and I just hate to bring this up, but we still have non-compliance with some of our partners. And it's a significant problem. And I've said this to you at some of the regional meetings, it's hard for us to justify, that First Nations are always in need of revenue when we've got about 100 million sitting in there not being claimed because people haven't submitted their audits. And there are some of the Anishinaabe communities, not that many, that are in this situation. And it only requires a 2-page report. It doesn't even have to be the full comprehensive audit that you do for Indian Affairs. It's just answering some issues in relation to where you may have spent, the 5 categories. Or even if you didn't spend it, if you are projecting it, you may spend it. That's all you got to report. You don't have to report anything else. There's something going on up in the Treaty 3 area that I want to bring to your attention. They've been having problems with auditors getting their audits on time or even done in a timely manner. So our representative for Treaty 3 approached an auditing firm based out of Winnipeg to come in and do their audits. So they've been able to turn around some of those audits in 2 weeks, and in one case even 3 days. So particularly if you're having problems with your auditing firms, you're going to really take them to task. I know we had that problem one time on Manitoulin Island, and the auditing firms were sending junior partners down, and our staff was almost training them. And we said to them, don't make us your last consideration by doing the cities and towns and everything first. First Nations business is just as important. And if they don't do that, then change your auditor, because this is important. There's good revenue sitting there. If you haven't got your audit in it, it's not collecting any interest. So again, our AGA is going to be 801 Dixon Road, or 901 Dixon Road. Let me just make sure I got the right address here. 901 Dixon Road at the Toronto Airport Marriott Hotel. Both the assemblies for the OFNLP will be in the morning, and in the afternoon will be the Sovereign Wealth presentation. So before I move to the Sovereign Wealth, any questions on the OFNLP? Yes, Joe. Chief, let's go, come on.
Miigwech. Miigwech Pat og det var det om det mang nigan king na being. Mampi Linden Ayaming Jaja Nishan Sapun. Mampi mandab de wop quen mod gunda mampi mamayang. Ginwe wala causing manda Juniana Kia. And the Junia Binigish Kamgok Mampi or the Nisajwan the King. Mish Commander P. Manda, North, which is Sway the Gadix, Mampi, Ontario. Mish Commander the King. No, just get one of the 10 storage and one of Chigman on the King.
So I'll speak to conservative platform that has been announced
Manda
already
is Jinjagadik
conservative platform has said that
Nango Gunda Inigan Sijik
conservative party, if they come to government,
Chigamanang King
give First
Migwe
Nations
Mina An
authority
Tamnishnabek
natural resources
Nindan
in their
She Munake Winan Etigan
of course, that you know, it would create far more revenue in generating from extraction of natural
Gego Megadik Monagadik She King She Shavish Kunaganing
That is not a position that any other government has taken in the past, and it seems to be the stumbling block towards a lot of First Nation
Mishnindan
development. And I think that
Is Majishkagen She Mishnindan Pichawase Take Manda Shonyana King
formula or part of a formula
Manda Nick Shonya Wadebnegadik
should take place.
Is a man with Segmanda Shonya
Go across the board. And across the board is
Kirsko Mama Mso
so the proximity to revenue within a generated space then
Is Manda Shonya Nick Tagnom Chagade Kaiwetuko
you know, clearly there's going to be a tremendous amount of revenue generated.
Libna Shonya Temagat Kego Noske da Tagnom Chagade Abishmanda Shonya Vinchabamgok
Part of that
Kishkomanda Nikia
and we're a few years down the road, but
was Nigana Janabian Imagine Batama
fairly close.
Manda Nishan Sabun Wibadawan
If there's no agreement
Ishmend Tesla Gego Nakanagavin
extension for another 5 years,
Gavin on a
gives the
bun
government the opportunity to kick the can down the road
Manda
for another 5 years,
Chedigiskåden Kikosanod Ni King Mikanang
which means that they're potentially
Mish Manda Edming Kaige go the test no Manda Nai Shonya Soenagadik Michigan in Ma
strategic planning,
Chitemgok Manda Naknagavin
revenue
Chishichagadik Manda Jonya Orbingeskak
so that we become
Jessa Gidme Manda Kinjid Benming
just
Kai wet to go
but
Basic
equity
Maganish
and we have the authority or the ability
Skazing Skazing
something
Take
like the sovereign wealth
Manda Kinwe
into the gaming
Did Binwe is the Benmang Manda
that wealth idea of how in fact are we going to continue to create wealth for First Nations
Job just doing Manda Jonya Orbingeskak Kamgok
as one topic to
Joe, if I could just respond to that commentary. Very positive direction there. At the board level, we've been having similar talks.
Geni ne komanda gid debattana notes the king is madbyang je
If nothing, if the agreement
kispin manda naknegevin chapskasnak yavijelana bote the gubigate on jrebak
different scenarios. And even
Kirishkan in debattin don on jrebkin
perfect example of where there might be some
Milishmanda
a whole different approach
kina beb kadne king
the revenue sharing amount.
manda jonya
And I
was
think
so
we have to
esek
explore all of that. And based on your commentary, what
Milishmanda
strikes me is
debattaman gegi
that, perhaps maybe at the
Inama
upcoming assembly on July 4th,
Manda July 4th
that kind of
Washkadading Mina
suggestion should come to the floor.
Manda da ben jabam go chim chisak Mondan gimak kwedwayat
The board
Manda
on a strategy session
ge any guns
to
jik
take a look at an
jignom the
analysis
mod
of some potential models of how we could
one
have a
janawok
more
Manda
enhanced
Nikia
approach with the renegotiation.
je anjed watchgadig Manda naknegevin
Respectfully suggested that's something that be raised at the July 4th meeting.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I would also suggest as a second suggestion that
Minoshe kunijin kwedwevin jed watchgadig
necessary, the necessary adjustments to the criminal code
Gishe one jinjgadig Manda criminal code
and authority within a recognized jurisdiction
jid sedom jgadig she Nick
the criminal code which could very well be a gaming commission.
Game of a gaming commission game or yamot kshkeezun.
Manage our own gaming authority within Ontario. We were the first
Jittig kshkeezun ginwich mindamang manda.
had an agreement over
Kinna
gaming,
jun ya.
and that's been
Maybe
well served
nigishkak.
for considerable length of time. With this enlightenment of Canada and their governments, I think it also would extend to the jurisdiction of moving now to the place of having our own gaming authority, where we then have casinos within market areas that is not solely consumed by international corporations, but in fact are actually owned by First Nations within Ontario, and that shares can be sold and can be registered in the names of First Nations, not necessarily in the name of a corporation, but in the name of the First Nation in itself. So that would be my third suggestion. And then, of course, from that would become the development of a gaming commission and what legislative powers would be required under the criminal code as regulations that flow from the criminal code. Those are my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Muskokoman. And ironically, we just had a board meeting on May 27th, and we were discussing those very same points that you've raised. And we're taking a look at, even looking at how other jurisdictions are handling some of the legal processes of setting up our own gaming authorities. So we'll be looking at how some of the American tribes have done it, how Ganawaki has done some of their business, as well as other places, and we're even looking at some of the advice that OLG got was actually from people from Norway that had been exercising gaming activities and gaming processes long before it even came here to Ontario. So definitely good points there, Chief. Anyone else?
Yeah, but no, yeah, go good way.
Sovereign wealth. Again, this is in your kits. I won't go into every point.
Da na mandam sin negning go kige gungat patasin.
In fact, I might just go to, although there's some new chiefs here, I should at least bring it up that, in 2017,
Man shungat batan 2017 Maba Hydro.
initial loan from Ontario to purchase shares. The loan was for 259,038,216 to purchase 14,391,012 shares of Hydro One. At that time, those shares were $18 a share. And I can tell you, the shares have done very well. They've gone as high as even over higher $40. And it fluctuates, but they're hovering around the $40 rate. We monitor it very close. And every quarter, we take a look at it. And initially, as a board, we approached the province and said, your investment process that you have within this sovereign wealth fund is not a high-yielding revenue-generating investment. When it reaches a certain threshold, we'd like to take some of those shares out and put them into higher-yielding investment funds. And I think we've mentioned this before. We put out a request for proposals to a number of investment firms, and a firm called Connor, Clark and Lund won the bid to be the investment firm. And they're a firm that's international, and even the banks utilize their advice on an investment. And so we started taking shares out of that initial fund that we had invested and started investing them in conservative but at least higher yielding assets, and we've done very well. And there are 129 Ontario First Nations that have been involved with this. I won't go into the structure, it's in your kit. And as I said, the shares have done very well. And we took those limitations of Ontario restricted investments out of there, and we take, at every certain period, we take some shares and put them into higher yielding investments. So just to give you a quick sample, in 2018, the total worth of our shares was 321 million. 2019, 390.3 million. 2020, 450.6 million. 2021, 510.1 million. 2022, 557.8 million. 2023, 623.3 million. And currently, we're at 634.2 million. So you can see the curve has been going up consistently, and it's been performing much better since we did that move of getting the funds out of that limited Ontario investment process and put it into a more diversified approach. So technically, I guess with these funds, we've got investments in, prime real estate, prime key markets on that do create wealth. So again, the intent on this thing was to build wealth creation for all of the First Nations. So we're saying that the 29 million that started out as seed capital, we hope to reach around 90 million before there's a distribution, which will be about 12 years. So around 2030, whichever comes first, if we reach that 90 million threshold or the year 2033. So again, July 4th in the afternoon, 901 Dixon Road at the Toronto Airport Marriott Hotel. There is virtual participation available if you can't make it, and of course the honorarium is $750. So that's it for that. I don't know if you have any questions. My main point is that this sovereign wealth fund is doing very well, and we're constantly looking for opportunities. Any questions? Miigwech. Og.
Pat and Debbie. So we have two procedural resolutions. Of course, Pat is the Anishinaabe Nation representative to two boards, one to OFNLP and the other to the Sovereign Wealth Fund Board. We do require an appointment from the Chiefs and Assembly. That appointment comes from, of course, this Assembly. So we have two resolutions. If I can have the first resolution put up on the screen, please. The first resolution, I don't have the resolution number. You can just scroll up. The version I have doesn't have a number. Are we able to scroll up? There we go. So this is Nakanagan 2024-01, is that correct? Okay. So it's titled Representation Ontario First Nations General Partners Inc. and the new Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership General Partner Limited Boards. I don't think I have a mover or seconder yet, but if we can scroll down to the important part. Bigit namogdash inui Anishinaabe gumak mawajidwad. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, appoint Patrick Madabi for a 3-year period from June 2024 to June 2027 to represent the Anishinaabe Nation to serve as director for a 3-year period on the board of both the Ontario First Nations General Partners Inc., OFNGP Inc., and the new OFNLP General Partner Limited, new GP. So I'll need a mover and a seconder, and we can get to that resolution. Chief Jerry Duquette. Every other time he's raised his hand, we couldn't see him from here behind the staffs. And Chief Louis Quiswa, is that right? Resolution team, you got that? There we go. We got our mover and seconder. Any comments? Mover or seconder? Any comments? I see none. Any comments from the floor? I see none. So with that, all in favor, raise your hand. Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. Resolution is carried. Thank you. The next. Where did Pat go? There he is. One more procedural resolution. This one, if I can have on the screen as well. It's Tabajagadeg. The subject is Sovereign Wealth Fund Board Representation. I'm just going to get the team to put it up on the screen. It reads, again, let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, appoint Patrick Madabi for a one-year period. Is that correct? Do I have the right resolution? I'll just have the correct resolution put up on the screen, but I'll read it out. It says for a one-year period from June 2023 to June 2024 to represent the Anishinaabe Nation on the Ontario First Nations Sovereign Wealth Fund Board of Directors. There it is on the resolution on the screen. The name is blank, but we do have Patrick Madabi listed. I'll need a mover and a seconder. Yes, you're right. Can we go back and clarify the dates, please? There we go, June 2024 to June 2025. Otherwise, we would have finished his term. Thank you. Yeah, what did I do? Yeah. I thought you were moving. You move? Chief, sorry. Chief Musquash, Miigwech. And I'll need a seconder. Chief Rock, thank you, Miigwech. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any discussion other than correcting the years? And it is a one-year term on this resolution. Okay, I see none. All in favor? Raise your hand. Miigwech. Any opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? I see. Before we close on this resolution? Okay, I'm not. Yep, okay. No opposition. So resolution is carried. Thank you. I'm going to call on Pat Madabi to come up, but first of all, Chief Musquash has a question. Chief Musquash, we'll get you to approach the microphone in the back.
Patrick's been retired for how long? But what I'm getting at is, like, somebody has to be under your wing, I think, Patrick, to learn this process to report. You know, God forbid, like I can go home and, or halfway home and not make it. Hopefully not, but I mean, stuff happens beyond our control, and so I'd like to listen to you for another 20 years, but somebody should be able to learn the process and be able to report back in the future when you decide to go fishing. Okay, thank you.
Very good, Chief Musquash, for that comment. So I think something for Pat to take into consideration. I was having a chat this morning when I saw Pat at the door. He was reminding me, I think it's 6 years he's been retired. 6 years. And I was saying, well, you retired from politics. But I was saying, you know, you still got many years. And I was looking at Chief Knott, who, as we heard this morning, just celebrated his 88th birthday yesterday. So we have many years, is what I was saying. But again, I'm going to ask Pat Madabi to come up and make some comments on his reappointment to both of the boards.
First of all, miigwech, the movers and seconders for reappointment. And for the record, I don't plan on croaking very soon. I'm in tip-top shape. Just again, from a process perspective, when you get to the AGA, not only myself, but all of the directors that are being appointed from their respective organizations, you chiefs will have another opportunity to vote to ratify that collective board. So on July 4th, each of the representatives, because a similar process is happening in the other organizations' assemblies, and our names will be put forth at the forum on July 4th. So just letting you know that. And miigwech. We'll continue to work hard. Again, for some of the new leaders, we've got a pretty astute board, and we're very on top of things. Some of us are former banking folks, former Bank of Montreal. We've got financial people from work with tribal council. So the group that is there is very strong in their financial knowledge of investments. And the other thing is we also have some people there with really good corporate knowledge. And that comes in handy because the province and OLG are constantly trying to change the game. And these people with that corporate knowledge remind them constantly, this is what was agreed to, this is what was said. And we've been, as I said, we've got a pretty well 100% track record of beating them every time when they try to, lowball you. So, just wanted to say that. We got you.
All right, miigwech, Pat. So the next part of our agenda we have is the Policy and Procedures Manual. Along with that, there's going to be a resolution. So if I could just ask Grand Council Chief Anishinaabe and Laura Mayer, as well as Randall Kagi, the legal staff, to come up. Miigwech. Just be mindful of the time. I think I could smell lunch already, so we'll keep it quick.
All right, we'll keep it as quick as possible then. I'll jump into it right away. So we do have our Anishinabek Nation Governance Manual that we've been working on. This is something that we discussed probably almost when we assumed office, probably 3 years ago almost, at least for sure 2 years ago. When we got into office, of course, we acknowledged that there were no accountability measures in place for the political office or for the leadership. Nothing that was, holding us accountable, nothing that we had to, direction that we had to follow, nothing that was in place to put guidelines or parameters, not even job descriptions or anything along those lines. So, fast forward to today, where we've developed the governance manual. Everybody's had a chance to view it at this point. It was in your packages at the regional assemblies. We've had our CEO, our HR, our directors, our Nation Building Council, our Leadership Council, all go through it. And of course, if you approve it today, we are looking to approve it, of course, today so that it is in use for next term. We will have Gets It and take it to ceremony for that blessing. And then otherwise, I'll hand it over to Laura first, I believe. And she'll review the high-level presentation, then we'll hear from Randall Coggy.
Yeah, I don't think, maybe I won't go through the presentation because it was given by Grand Council Chief at all the regional meetings and I'm cognizant of the time. What I will do is ask if there are any kind of burning questions that you might have or any comments that you might have from the manual that I might be able to answer. Randall here, he is from OKT. He's done a little bit of a review of the manual, and maybe if Engage, if you could put the memo that's from OKT up on the screen, that would be helpful. And otherwise, I'm going to pass it over to Randall. He's just kind of give a general commentary on the thoughts of OKT when they reviewed the manual. And I'm available for answering any of your burning questions.
Miigwech.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Randall Kagi. I'm senior counsel with Old Townsend. I hail from Saugeen First Nation. Some of you I know, and some of you I don't. So it's an honor and privilege to be here with you today. We were asked to do a review of the governance manual in relation to some of the existing policies and procedures that the nation has in place, namely your personnel policy and your corporate bylaws. And so we looked at the work, and first I have to say what a wonderful job that your team has done. Laura, Nikki, and the team have done a really good job at doing this. Initially, when we were approached, I thought we were going to be being asked to do a ground-up approach. We're actually doing the drafting, and there have to be this big, robust engagement, and lo and behold, a lot of that work had already been done, and so that made it much, much easier for the timing. And so we had an opportunity to review that and go through, and had many discussions with your advisors and your teams on this. And it's very clear to us, one of the things that really stands out from my perspective is that where this comes from, and I think it flows from inherent jurisdiction. And it's something I think that's contemplated in your Constitution, and I think it's grounded very well. And so often we forget from time to time we do have to have these things in place to guide us in the work that we do, because it's important work. And every now and then we need some guardrails to keep us on track, and so I think this goes a long way to do that, but grounds it in a good way. Grounds it in a very good way. Obviously, there are some things that will have to be done in terms of amendments, but I don't think it's necessarily specific to this particular document. I think this document, from a jurisdiction perspective, becomes your central document. It's new, it's fresh. As I said, it's something I think that's contemplated from in your Constitution. I think everything that needs to happen will happen around those other documents, like your personnel policy and your corporate bylaws. As I understand, that work has already started. And so it's just a matter of timing and making sure that what needs to be in place to reference this manual in those documents is done. And I expect that shouldn't take too much time. I think the more tricky part is around the corporate bylaws. Anytime you're dealing with corporate bylaws, you have to be very careful about how you do that work. But I think that's totally achievable, and achievable within a relatively short time frame. So there's a few housekeeping things that have to happen, but I think in terms of where the manual sits now, I think it's in a good place that if the communities were willing to accept it, you could have that grounded, move forward, take it to ceremony, and then be ready to go. And I would say that work that needs to happen around the policy, the other policy documents, your personnel policy, and your corporate bylaws, that work can happen right away. And I believe a lot of that work has already started. And I know that you're considering opening up the corporate bylaws anyway, because they need a bit of work. And so I don't suspect that's going to cause any challenges or bog this work down. And I think, like I said, I really commend the team on the work they've done, and it's a good document to have. So those are my comments for now, and I'm happy to take questions with Laura. So Chimi Gwetch for your time.
Just real quick, did we have any more questions? Last call for questions for Randall or Laura? Chief Muskokamon, do you have a question?
So thank you very much, Chairman. I'm cautious in granting approval to this document for several reasons. One is that I don't know whether or not it actually reflects the First Nations as the drivers of priorities. When I read the part of it, it says that priorities will be established by the political office and then coordinated with the Secretariat for implementation. sometimes the priorities of the political office don't often match the priorities of the First Nation. And so the question then becomes one of relevancy. How relevant is the organization to the First Nation when it's non-reflective of their issues? I've been around long enough where I've heard a lot of issues coming from my good friend representing the Superior Region, Mel Hardy, Regional Deputy Chief, about reflecting the concerns of the North, their concerns of the South, that deal with supply chain. It's not necessarily an extraction of natural resources, but it's a supply chain issue where we actually manufacture goods and services that not only are transmitted within Canada, but certainly around the world. You know, our sector deals a lot with automotive. Within 20 miles of me, there's one of the biggest battery plants in the world, fourth biggest plant in the world by Volkswagen being developed. My friend from the Sons, Saugeen Nations, on a doorstep is nuclear. In the southeast is nuclear development. And I'm not certain whether or not those things are generated enough for the political issues that we want to see the organization addressing. And so we're all concerned about, you know, the policy development and isolation of policies by federal and provincial governments. And so when I look at the Senate report that was just recently tabled in May on additions to reserve, the Anishinaabe had no presentation there. And yet to us, in the South, where we have already settled 2 land claims in my community that enable us to get over 8,000 acres back of land within our treaty territory, we never had a word. So I'm not convinced that without the integral participation of the organization with the First Nations on an individual basis, that those concerns actually elevate to the political position that we would wish them to be. And that oftentimes it seems that we don't control our agenda, it's controlled by the Chiefs of Ontario, or it's controlled somewhere else. And so I think we have to think hard about whether or not this, I'm not arguing against a governance perspective or tool. What I'm saying is, does it actually reflect the concerns of the First Nations that are dealing with these issues on a day-to-day basis? And from some of the material that I read within the annual assembly report that we have, they gloss over issues, but we never get to the detail. And I'll give you a primary example within that. You can go to the ATR section and talk about and look at what's gone on over the last year. We batched it out to consultants that mainly talked about Australia and BC. When it came time for engagement of the First Nations, it came on by webinar. We went on from the southeast, southwest, delivery. We were the only community on the southeast, southwest. Now, I'm not blaming the union for anything, but I'm saying COVID's been over. That excuse is gone. It's time to get engaged with the First Nations and dealing with you've got 150 on staff, to dealing with the First Nations on a one-on-one basis. Not sit back in the office and go by Zoom, because those reports don't reflect the very issue of taking lands and turning them back into treaty lands, and then have a zero-based sum of doing that. When you take fee simple land and revert it to Crown land, we get absolutely nothing for it. There's a better way of doing business, and I don't believe that Having a governance manual that doesn't reflect and is not grounded in First Nation concerns is irrelevant to us. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ogima Muskokumen. I think what I would say in response to that is that those are all completely valid concerns, and that the purpose of the governance manual was not necessarily to be able to articulate all of those concerns in one place, but to bring us to a baseline level of accountability and governance, and then move on from there. So everything that you've spoken about, to be able to articulate that maybe in a resolution format and bring it forward to move that path along. But the purpose of the governance manual was to get to one kind of, at least everybody's on the same page about how the accountability works for the political office at the Anishinaabe Nation. I don't know if that helps. It's not.
I think, thanks, Chief. I think, raises a very important issue and concern. I agree with Lori. I'm not so sure this is a document that gets contemplated in. I think how you harmonize that with some of the broader concern, Chief, that you've raised about prioritizing the communities and making sure that's reflected. I think that's some work that can happen. Obviously, how that's going to play out and how the communities deal with that to make sure that those priorities are set, I think ultimately is up to you with how that plays out within the structures you have and through your protocols. And so, I think it's important to recognize that when you develop these documents, they're living, breathing documents. You have to take care of them, just like we take care of our sacred objects. You have to take care of these as well. And so, from time to time, they have to be polished. They have to be brushed off. They have to be refined. They have to be changed, given the circumstances of the day. And so, kind of the strategic direction you want to set and to make sure the communities are more involved. I think that's totally within you to do, and how you do that and set that direction is up to you. But if there's a way that this can be harmonized to capture that one piece you're talking about, certainly that can be thought about how that's done. But I don't think necessarily, I agree with Laura, this is not necessarily a central document you would do that work. So if that's helpful.
Alrighty, miigwech. And if that's all the questions we have, then we'll move on to the resolution. So if we could just pull the resolution up on the screen there. Okay. So the resolution number 2024-03, titled Anishinaabe Nation Union of Ontario Indians Political Office Policies and Procedures Manual. So we already have a mover and a seconder. I just want to double check that they're still here. Do we have Helen Pavola? Yep. And Michelle's here? Yep. All right, miigwech. Just as far as procedural as well, we forgot to note that we made sure that we had quorum this morning in Assembly. We also have quorum at this moment as well, so just procedural, I want to make note of that. All right, so moving forward, I just want to ask the mover and seconder if you have any comments to make about the resolution. Oh, sorry. Let me read it out first. So the resolution states, number one, endorse the AN Political Office Manual for the Anishinaabe Nation as a fundamental instrument to establish clear governance structures, responsibilities, and processes that respect both traditional Anishinaabe governance principles and modern governance requirements. So next, number 2, direct the implementation of the AN Political Office Manual effective June 10th, 2024, across all levels of our political operations and applicable administrative systems to ensure that the relationships between our political office, advisory councils, and commissioners are clearly defined and effectively managed. Number 3, support the continuous review and enhancement of the AN Political Office Manual to ensure it remains adaptive to the evolving needs of the Anishinaabe Nation. Subsection A, strategic amendments, including extending or clarifying sections of the manual, may be recommended by the Anishinaabe Nation Treasury Board for approval by the Anishinaabe Nation Board of Directors or Leadership Council. B, foundational amendments, including the repeal of the manual, must be done by the Anishinaabe Nation Chiefs in Assembly. And number 4, report back to the Chiefs in Assembly at the 2024 Fall Assembly on the implementation activities. All right, if I could just ask the mover and seconder, do you have any comments on the resolution? Yes? Yeah. Do you want to approach the microphone there? Yeah. Miigwech.
Bonjour. Is this on? Yeah? Okay. My name is Helen Pavla, and I'm Chief for the Anishinaabe First Nation. I'm moving this resolution because I think, well, I believe that we really do need it, and the organization needs it. I think earlier last year, a situation had come up with my community and with a member of mine, and I had to approach the Anishinaabe Nation for some advice and direction, and just and it was then that, you know, that I guess we all realized there's no policies for the political office. There's no policy and procedures manual to direct our Grand Council Chief or the Deputy Grand Council Chiefs on how to, I guess, present themselves, because you guys are holding positions of honor, and you know, you guys have you're out there presenting us, our communities, our First Nations, each one of us, not just yourselves and your own agendas. You guys carry our agendas, the community's agendas. Every First Nation that's sitting here, we have put you there in your positions. And with that, we expect certain like, your roles to be upheld and in honor and dignity, with integrity. So I think that it may not, this manual doesn't address all our concerns, but it can be a start. That you know, it does. We can address accountability, transparency, ethics, reporting, role clarity, cultural preservation, and so on. It can go on, you know, it can address more. It can be added to, but I think that this is a starting point. Miigwech.
Good morning, Chief Michelle Solomon, Fort William First Nation. Just to add to what Chief Pavla had to say, you know, I think all of us can certainly relate to you know, the struggle of putting policies in place. Sometimes we spend so much time trying to get a policy put in place that, you know, everything changes so quickly, and then your policy becomes a little redundant over time. But, you know, I think that if there's a firm commitment made here to review this policy a year from now and look at, you know, how it is or is not meeting the needs of the leadership, you know, then I don't see any reason to not support a policy. I think that we find ourselves far too often in mucky water without policy, and you know, at least if we have something that guides our organization, guides our conduct, then you know, we have something to work with. Whereas without policy, we tend to sometimes find ourselves a bit in the ditch. So I agree that, you know, this is not as comprehensive as it could be. I certainly echo some of the sentiments of Chief Bashkokaman in saying that, particularly with, representation and ensuring that there's representation right across Robinson Huron and Robinson Superior. So those have certainly been concerns I've had as somebody from Robinson Superior. But I think it's a place for us to start. But I do believe that we need that firm commitment to come back to the table a year from now and really come here to determine whether or not there's things that need to change here. But I think it's a place for us to start. So Chimiigwech.
Miigwech, Gima Pavla and Gima Solomon. So I guess the next portion, well, I guess we'll open up the floor for any questions. If anyone has any questions, the floor is open. Just please walk up to the mic there if you have any questions. Chief Laraka?
Public, etc. I believe that's located in the appendices that are uptaken to that policy. Is that correct? Right. So there is space in there that really sets out in the, I believe it's a code of ethics and a code of conduct that sets out the requirement for how our leadership would be expected to behave. It could perhaps even be more prescriptive, but it does hit all the high points. And so I just wanted to note that. I was reflecting on it. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief. Okay, if there are no other questions, I'm going to move into the vote. So for this resolution, number 2024-03, can I get it all in favor for this vote? Any opposed? I don't see any oppositions. Any abstentions? I see two. Do you want your names reflected for the record? All right. Chief Joe Muskokamon and Chief Williams Levitt. All right. Thank you. And I believe the motion is carried. Or sorry, I believe the resolution is carried. Thank you all. Miigwech. Alrighty, so that wraps up that section of the agenda. So, I can hear some bellies grumbling out there. I think we're moving into lunch soon. Just a quick reminder, so we only have about 30 minutes on the agenda for our lunch. Following our lunch, we're also going to be moving into our regional caucus meetings at 12:30. Okay, so just for the two regions, that'll be the Southwest and the Southeast. Southwest in the Georgian Room C, and Southeast in the Georgian Room B. All right, and if everyone can come back to this main room at 1 o'clock, and we'll get started with the rest of the agenda. All right, Miigwech, enjoy your lunch.
Okies, and Gordon Chop Wandements. Gordon and Gary are going to direct this afternoon's session for the Chief Circle. Marcy?
I think before we turn it over to Chop and Gary, we do have a important matter of protocol that needs to be undertaken. So I don't know if Gets It Richard is here in the room, but we do need to. Okay, he's gone to go get Eagle fans, but we did have a situation where a table was knocked and one of our headdresses was knocked to the floor. So just want to remind the room to be mindful of our sacred items, the ceremonial items that are here in the room, and we do need to ensure we are undertaking the protocol that's needed for these sacred items, and we are going to do a feather pickup. We do want to ensure and remind that there is no video or cameras, photos taken during this this important ceremony, and I'm going to turn it over to our knowledge keepers.
So we're going to call on, am I the knowledge keeper, Mark?
그래 많이 근데 거 많이 건 도담. 저는 다 너무 생동 좀 하는 시사회다. 미국 gibi şeyin bizim doyuk mabını gazı Anishinaabe mampi. 그래 많이 건. I just want to say a few words to all of you guys sitting here with us today. I want to welcome all of you guys. I know a lot of us traveled a long ways. Some of us just hop, skip, and a jump. I seen Art Patatagoose here somewhere. Came over in his canoe, maybe. I just want to say Jimmy Glutch for asking me and to assist with this process because there's a lot of protocols that go alongside with this, and I was a part of a few that we've done in the past. And it's an honor, and I want to say Chimigwech. I want to say Chimigwech to the singers that are here because that's not an easy job, an easy role what these singers are going to be providing for us. I want to say Chimigwech to our Shkabelis, Shkodeing Oshode, our firekeeper that's outside. While we're protected here, he's not outside because and I want to remind all of you in here. We have our items in front of us. Our sacred items, whatever you want to call them. Our bonnets. These items that we have are a big responsibility for each and every one of us. They're not just items for showcase. And I'll remind all of you that these bonnets were given to you for a reason. These eagle staffs were given to you for a reason. Carry them with pride. Be proud. This is who we are as Anishinaabe people. Sometimes they do get heavy. But we do have Shkabewis that are sitting amongst us. We don't even know them yet. Times do get tough. They do, absolutely. Those staffs will get heavy when we continuously carry them. But the lodges that we all have, we take them there, you know. Make sure that you give that time, because that is the greatest gift that we can give, is time. We always say, we don't have time, we don't have time. We have time. We just have to make sure that it's a priority for all of us. So with having said that, I don't want to take up too much time because we have a lot of business to take care of today. And I guess one last thing. Go into this ceremony, what we're going to be doing, with an open frame of mind. We're not Shak. Anishinaabe ge mumpi. Ashminwa. Anishinaabe hene. Hene. Miigwech, hi.
Miigwech chop. I don't know if that's for Chop or right, but we'll share it, Chop. Anyway, we heard some good wise words from Chop. I guess before we start off with, maybe I should talk a little bit about the rules for this afternoon, and we've done this for a number of years now. It's already my 6th time being involved in a Grand Council Chief election. It's hard to believe, and before we used to start off by Gordon would offer me some sema just as a demonstration of how to do that, but I don't think we have to do that anymore because you've all seen that enough times. The other complaint I had about that is none of the other chiefs ever seconded me, so I never did get a chance to run for Grand Chief. I was always offered that tobacco every year, but no seconder, so put that aside. So before we get started, I'd like to just do an introduction circle. So I'm just going to pass the talking stick and microphone. Just introduce yourself and pass it around to the one next to you. Start off with Grand Chief Anishinaabe.
Oni bonjour, Quinket Anishinaabe, Mesralgin Donjaban, Neve Doram, Anishinaabe, Mississauga First Nation, Sturgeon Clan.
Ani bonjour, Kenawaya, Mobe Makwa, Anishinaabe, Dokis Donjaba, Makwa Dodem, Gima Kikenda. Good afternoon, everyone. Chief Charity Cat from Dokis First Nation.
Ani bonjour, Chief Tanner Simpson, Alderville First Nation.
Ani bonjour, Joe Wabigan, Tesla First Nation.
Nabe Makwa, Anishinaabe, Makwa Dodam, Gima, Envy Inlet. Chief Wayne McCaubey, Envy Inlet First Nation.
Ani bonjour, Kinawea, Yabe Anishinaabe, Magnetawan Donjaba. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chief Lloyd Mike from Magnetawan First Nation, Miigwech.
Ani bonjour, Kmiwendena, Anishinaabe, Mind Gando Dam, Wawaska, Anishinabek, Danjaba, Chief Rodney Nalgabo, proudly representing Whitefish River First Nation.
Ani bonjour, Anishinaabe, Larry Rock, Gemma, Wanapate First Nation.
Ani Minano Onek Udekwe Anishinaabe, Chichigwaning Dobinjaba, and Kaga Jankanash.
Ani bonjour, Patsy Corbier, Anishinaabe, Ondik Dominiconing Donjaba, Patsy Corbier, and the Chief of Ondik Dominiconing First Nation.
Ani Ross Armstrong, Anishinaabe, Chigina Binjaba, Proxy Givan Dawes at Migo, Miigwech.
Ani bonjour, Nigon Copy Second Anishinaabe, Mokwa, Bakesendodam. Oshiki Gmong Donjaba, Gimondo. My English name is Keith Nutt. I'm from Curve Lake First Nation, the Chief of Curve Lake, Miigwech.
My name is Yodoman Anishinaabe, Namandorim, Mazalia Donjaba, Chisagi Anishinabek. Brent Niganab, Chief of Mississauga First Nation.
I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, I guess you can. You can hear I'm a little under the weather. On in, Kinawea, Zongabwe Anishinaabe, Bising Dujaba. Was a little sick over the weekend and wasn't sure I was going to make it, but I got the green light from our public health nurse, and I've taken cedar water, Advil, NyQuil, Dayquil. I even stopped on the way here and ate some porcupine quill. But it's very important to me to be here, and so I've done everything to be here. So if I leave early, you'll understand why. But very proud to be here and be here in this moment. Miigwech.
Ani bonjour, Ketagonsi Ojibwa, Jack Doram, Garden River Chief, First Nation Karen Bell.
Bonjour, Gwindamage, Anishinaabe, Amjanong Donjaba, Adik Dodem, Chris Plain, the elected Chief of Amjanong First Nation.
Ani bonjour, Chief Joe Muskokamon, Chippewa Thames First Nation.
Ani bonjour, Miram Jagat Kenin Anishinaabe, Mukundodem, Shiba Singwadin Donjaba, Gima Koyaniodin Dow, Irene Kells from the smallest, brightest, largest First Nation there is in Jiba Sing. Miigwech.
Ani Lomali Johnston, Slippery River First Nation. Bonjour, Chief Judy Desmolin from Long Lake 58 First Nation. Bonjour, Chief Kimberly Brissette from Chippewas Kettle Stony Point First Nation. Bonjour, Sherry Crowley, named Anishinaabe from Amjanong First Nation, Proxy, Miigwech. Bonjour, Bojo Helen Pavlich Dishnakas from Nuvik-Saigan.
Kolomosi Nindashinzi Kikai Roger Thomas, Chief Muncie Delaware Nation.
Bonjour, Zingoza, to go Mokotorum, Pajavik Saga Anishinabek, Deputy Grand Council Chief Mel Hardy, Rocky Bay.
Art Patatagus, Anishinaabe. I'd like to welcome you to my territory, take picture Anishinaabe. I've been having a lot of dreams lately. And when I see these staffs in front of me, it reminds me of at home at this time of year. The older men and older women of the community, they would gather together to take some time to reflect. And they'd put their blanket on the ground. And they'd bring out those sacred items that they've been carrying through the centuries of time. Those ancient arrowheads. And they added one to the bundle. A coin. That King George III medal. And the old men and women, they gave that one the name of Stick One. Stick One, I think. The staff of the crown from Great Britain. And placed it beside us on the land. To remind us about the order that our steps come first. Lately, I had a young man that traveled over to Great Britain on 2 occasions. On his first journey back, he was asking a question. Why is our Gemag laid to rest beside the king and queens of Great Britain? And on the second journey, he heard a story while he was traveling there about delegations of our leadership traveling over to Great Britain. And on those occasions while they were traveling, some of them died there. So they were laid to rest beside the kings and the queens. It's important for us to remember that, because what they're showing to us is that they greeted our chiefs and our kings as kings and queens. Higher than what we call head of state for Canada, like the Prime Minister or Governor General. So I ask a question sometimes when I sit down with those academics from Canada or leadership. How do you take care of Canada? Because they look at me kind of strange. And they start talking about physical object. I remind them and I say to them, I'm Canada. And they're kind of confused by that. Because that's what we are. We're the sovereigns. The land, the spirit, being one. So we're having to protect that understanding. The Wenjige. The Wenjige is the acknowledgement of land, but having a supervisor in place to oversee and reservation we created from entering into treaty. The reserve comes through the Indian Act. So the reserve is on my reservation. That's what we said to the judge. How did that happen? Ontario and Canada were fighting over control of the resources. But without ever coming to talk to me, the landholder, the land title keeper, the one that looks after and manages and takes care. So we're sitting down here today thinking about the future. But we have to go back to these kinds of stories to reground ourselves about who we represent, what we are doing. So I thank you for allowing me to come and sit with you this afternoon. The chief sent me here to speak. So I'll make what you're giving me this time.
Miigwech, Ani Bojo, Oshki Mekanan, Equate Dishnakas, Makwadodem, and Mkiwashu Tojiba. I'm Michelle Solomon, the elected chief of what they call Fort William First Nation.
Good afternoon, everyone. David Musquash is my name, and the chief of the Pace Plat First Nation.
Bonjour, Gimon Lewis Kweswa, Ned Mazagmuk Donjaba, chief of Peck-Mulbert First Nation.
Nebkian couldn't go. And the token is singing on the back, we go. We watch.
Bonjour. Everything quite and getting the Anishinaabe quite down, Gigo, do them out. She came in and get not long enough. The dominant singing in Benjamin can come with the So my name is Everything quite which means the sound of the little thunders that come before the big thunders. And that was the name given to me by our late Getsit. I sit with the Loyal Council and I also sit with the Elders Council. Happy to be here today. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Kremang in the go. Shavish Gavis Mumbi.
Kwe Kakana, my name is Alana Hine, and I'm here as proxy for Chief Greg Saracen, Algonquins of Pikwakanagan.
Anin Kenawea, Rhonda Williams, Love Additional Cause, Moose Deer Point, Donjaba, and I'm the elected chief for Moose Deer Point.
Anin Bojo, Najawema Kwakwe, Dishnakas, Wapsashidodem, Chichagdodem, Skugog Minising Donjaba. I'm Kelly LaRocca. I serve as the chief of the Mississaugas of Skugog Island First Nation.
Marie Bonjour, Chief Nosh Kong, Ted Williams, Manjikaling Donjaba, Gigo Dorem. I also double as to Chief Roger Thomas and Chris Plain. I double as Chief Paulie from Goodfellows. Hey guys.
Very good, Chief Williams and Bebshu on addition to cause. Okay, so we're going to ask Thunder Earth to play another song, and any chiefs that haven't entered the circle yet, or any candidates that aren't entered the circle, are going to prepare for the nomination circle. We'll ask Thunder Earth to play a song, and any candidates that aren't in the circle yet, please come and join the circle. Thunder Earth. Okay, oh, now it's coming through. Okay, miigwech Thunder Earth for that song. And good to see everybody in the circle. Before we start, I was asked to say a few things. We started planning for this back in, I think, February. We probably had like 5 meetings about this election and getting ready for it. And obviously, you know, a lot goes into preparing. But, you know, something's different this election. I mentioned earlier that this is the 6th time I've been involved already at the Anishinabek level for Grand Council Chief, and 4 times with Chiefs of Ontario. I guess next week will be 5 times. But I think this process that we've developed and we're calling our own and going back to the old ways, obviously the person behind that starting was, you know, Gordon Waindebens. And he's not with us today, as everybody knows. He passed a couple of years ago. And he always told Rhonda and I that I'm not always going to be here, and we have to be ready to, you know, to keep this on. So, but I mean, I've been very fortunate that Gordon picked me back in 2009 to start working with him, and I felt this real drive, like since he passed in 2021, a lot of pressure that we do this in the right way, and that's why we started planning, you know, February. That's 4 months ago already since we started planning, and but I really just have to talk a little bit about Gordon and the process that was here because he was involved at both levels. The first Grand Council I attended was in 2006 in Sandpoint, and I just started, I think, the week before Grand Council, and I was there. I think I was the health director at that point, and watched my first Grand Council. Vera's smiling. I don't know if she was a chair. No, I don't think she was that time. But I remember a discussion happened on the floor about having to go back to our ways, because it had always been a secret ballot up until 2006. So discussion went on, and like I say, I was very new in the organization. I just, with interest, watching what's happening here. And I guess at one point the co-chairs said, well, our rules of procedure can't say we do that. And everybody knows Gordon. He took the rules of procedures and ripped them up and threw them on the ground and said, now what do you have? So there was a long discussion. And like I say, I'd been in the organization a week at that point, and it was interesting to see that discussion. And I had an opportunity to talk to Gord a couple of times, and just like everybody that meets him the first time, you're never quite sure, right? He'll say something with such a straight face, and you think, hey, where's this guy coming from? Because I had done a presentation earlier on some restructuring we were planning to do in the health department at that time. And I said, you know, here I am, and he's awesome and all this. But after a while, you realize the sense of humor he has, but he does it with such a straight face. So that's how it happened at the Anishinaabe level in 2006 at Sandpoint. So there was a resolution that was passed on the floor at that time to have a stand-up election. So we did our first stand-up election, and that's all it was. It was stand-up election. There was no ceremony attached with it, nothing like that. And I guess because it was just a resolution for that one meeting, it only covered the one. So in 2009, when I got involved, we did a survey with the chiefs, and some said, no, you don't want to do that. It's not the right way to stand up. But Gord always said, if you're going to be a leader, you have to stand up and show what you believe in. So after a couple, it became our standard way of doing it. And we have been doing it now since 2006, and has become our standardized process since then. I guess in 2009, and again, when you work with Gordon, as a Shkabe Wis, and I started doing a little bit with him before that. I went to a leadership council meeting. I was CEO at that time, and they started talking about election officer, and I think the Grand Chief at the time was John Bocage, and he said, I have a recommendation to name Gary the election officer this year. And I'm thinking, what Gary are they talking about? And you know, one of the regional chiefs said, I'll move that motion, and the other one says, I'll second the motion. And John says, do you want to be election officer? I said, well, I guess so. And this was only like a month or two, but he organized Rhonda, myself and him. We worked for 2 months, started putting a process together. And it was important. I've got my sheets over here. The process, he wanted it documented, so we keep doing it after he's gone. Another important part of the process is you'll see today the youth are going to record the nominations, and then they also do the counting tomorrow. So he understood it was important for the youth to be involved because he wanted to come forward. And like Chop and I were talking yesterday, is going to be a day that I won't be here and Chop won't be here, and we want somebody else to keep this going. So definitely he was a driver. A few years ago, the Chiefs of Ontario approached me to formalize the process for them. They wanted to put it into their charter. So I gave them a proposal. They signed a contract, but I put a consulting fee in there, and I consulted with Gord. This was during the pandemic at that time, extensively. And he was involved in 1995 when they started the Chiefs of Ontario as well. There was 5 elders that were asked, I guess, about a process. And it started very similar back then, that it was a motion on the floor to say, let's try this one time to see how it works. And they've been doing it since 1995. I remember that when I consulted with them back on that project, out of the 5 elders were involved, and I think he said there's only 2 of them left, him and Fred Kelly, and now obviously he's not here. And I think Fred Kelly's still an elder out in Treaty 3. I've seen him, I think, last year somewhere. So there's only 1 left. So it's important to keep it going. And that's why I was asked to talk a little bit today about the process and how it got here and how it's driven and how important it is to keep it going. I've been very fortunate, like you say, that he involved me. And like you said, nobody talked to me before I got appointed election officer, just appointed. But I always know Gordon is in the back. He has a lot of influence. I guess he probably talked to the Grand Chiefs before the meeting and was all organized. And with Gordon, you learn. You don't. He doesn't teach you anything. You just throw in the fire and learn. And I remember, I think not too long before that, I was helping with the ceremony, and I did something a Anishinaabe shouldn't do with the fire. And I heard some people, and then some of the other elders around came and talked to me after, says, oh, you should have never done that. And, this is the right way to do it. And that's so after I talked to Gordon, I said, I guess you're going to fire me as your Anishinaabe West now. And he says, oh, no, he says, you're going to learn. You're going to learn. He didn't care that I didn't do it the right way. But the next time I had to do it, I knew how to do it. But he wasn't going to tell me that this is how you do it. You had to learn. And I mean, it's a humbling thing, but it probably sinks in with you when you learn that way rather than somebody trying to explain it. I see Melvin looking at me getting tired of, no? Anyway, I don't really have a whole lot more to say. The process really has been driven by Gordon. I've worked with him now for, like you say, going back to 2009, and we have formalized a lot of the processes. And when you're working with elders, sometimes it doesn't always go 1 to 10. Sometimes you go 1, 3, 7, 4, 5, 6, and I have my sheet and I check and try and make sure we do all 10 steps along the way, but that's okay. It takes on its own life, and I think we always get the result that we're looking for. Just to wrap up, I guess, a couple of years ago, I was approached by the Anishinaabe education system to give a presentation at a youth conference about the stand-up election. And so I did that presentation. A couple of months later, they reached out to me and said, we'd like you to do 3 Zoom presentations to the youth in the next couple of months. And in April, we're planning a stand-up election for the youth for the Anishinaabe education system. And they want to do stand-up. And I thought, well, what a powerful thing, because Gordon wanted the youth to be involved. So have the youth council to be there. So I guess along the process, we were looking for an elder, and I suggested Chop, because I know he had worked with his father in the last election on some of the ceremonial stuff. And the first meeting, I came back and at the Zoom, and Chop introduced himself and talked, and I just listening to him and thinking of his father and all the times we've done this together. And I realized that was going to be my 10th stand-up election. It was going to be the first one without Gordon Sr., but just listening to Chop and having him introduce himself provided me great comfort. And I think we were very successful in the youth conference. And Gordon would have been proud, because I think there was one REC. There was 9 youth there, and all 9 were nominated. And I remember Chop and I having a talk and say, well, who's going to vote if all the chiefs are nominated? Just like today, we had 39 chiefs nominated. Who's going to vote for the chiefs tomorrow? So we had to have a little meeting, and we talked to, I can't remember, Chop and I talked, and a few people, I can't remember if other elders there or not, and we decided we were going to let all the votes, all the youth from all the regions vote for each region, so they'd have, they'd do their elections, their election speeches, and then everybody would stand up. I think there was about 28 altogether, but it was very impressive to see how they approached it, and the speeches, you'd be so proud to hear the speeches they did. It would have been hard to pick 3 from each REC, which is what they wanted to do at that time, to end up with 12 candidates. So I think it's fair to say that he's not with us this time. He's here with us in spirit, and we're following through in the right way. We are teaching our youth how to do it. And I think I said enough. So I'm going to get back to the rest of our agenda for this afternoon. Miigwech. Okay, now it says that I'll read the rules. That means we're almost ready to start. Okay, so after I read the rules, Richard, I believe, is going to do a pipe ceremony. We can't light a pipe in here, but he's come up with a process to start off the nominations. So to be a Deputy Grand Council Chief, you have to be an Anishinaabe from a First Nation situated in Ontario, be full 18 years of age, so you might have to ask for some IDs here. Be nominated by a chief of a member First Nation of the corporation. Be nominated or be a Grand Council Chief, you have the same 3 criteria that you have to meet. Like I mentioned, we'll start off with a pipe ceremony, and that identifies that nominations are open. We're going to do 2 circles this afternoon. It's been a few years since we've done it this way. I guess it would probably be 2015, because the last 2 times, if you recall, we had the 4 regional deputy chiefs. So we did 4 regional elections first and then the Grand Chief election. So both today, we're going to do a circle to nominate deputy Grand Chiefs, and then we'll do a circle right after that to nominate the Grand Council Chiefs. And then tomorrow, we'll do the same thing. We'll have a stand-up election for Deputy Grand Council Chief, have a bit of a break, and then do the Grand Council Chief elections after that. Like I mentioned, the youth will record the names of the nominees, the nominators, and the seconders. So just for the information of our youth, you may identify yourself. Most of us know all the chiefs in here, but just to make sure we get the proper information, identify yourself as Chief so-and-so, and you're nominating who you're nominating. The nominees for Deputy Grand Council Chief and Grand Council Chief will sit next to their nominees in a circle, and I think that's probably happened now. I had some people asking about that earlier, and then you may nominate someone when the talking stick comes to them in the circle. So we'll start the same process with the talking stick, which I guess I have over here. That will do the same process. So I'll start over here, and if you don't want to nominate somebody, you just pass to the person next to you. And when it gets to you, if you want to nominate someone, you do that. And like, just to clarify, the first time you go around will be to nominate a Deputy Grand Council Chief. The second time around will be for the Grand Council Chief. If the nominee accepts the tobacco, that means they've accepted the nomination. Tomorrow, then the nominees will get 10 minutes to address. So today, basically, all we'll hear from the nominees that you've accepted the tobacco, and it means they're accepting the nomination. At that point, after they've been accepted the tobacco, I'll ask if somebody in the circle is going to second that nomination. And then after that, the nominator and the seconder each get 5 minutes to speak about their candidate. The drum's going to keep time on that, and we were practicing yesterday without a drum, but with some of them here, and they were very strict on that time yesterday, so don't expect any free rides. So I'll ask them to give you a warning after 4 minutes, and at 5 minutes, they'll continually play so they won't be able to hear if you continue to try speaking. And this will continue until the talking stick has been entirely around the circle. So when we get around the circle once, that means we've done the Deputy Grand Council Chief. I guess I have to ask 3 times if there's any further nominations, and also ask for a resolution to accept the nomination results. Then we'll do the same process for the Grand Council Chief nominations, and we'll end the same way. And like I mentioned, the nominees will have an opportunity to address the Grand Council tomorrow. This will be done by order of nomination, and then we'll close off with the drum song. And tonight there is a sweat lodge for anybody interested at Laurentian University. Is it 5 we're starting shop? 6? Okay, at 6 o'clock at Laurentian University. I think there's maps there, parking lot E, I believe it is. CHOP was building a sweat lodge there this morning. Okay, so that's the rules. Are you ready to start? Oh no, wait, I have to go to the elder first for our pipe ceremony.
Back again.
Most of you have been here before, so I think you know how to do it, so I'll start right here.
Elders, chiefs, proxies, my family. It gives me great honor today to ask my good friend from Anishinaabe Chief Chris Plain to accept this tobacco and friendship, to take this tobacco and stand for the position of Deputy Grand Council Chief. Thank you. Chiefs, I've known Chris for a long time, ever since he started working for his community, and then gradually moved into the position of leadership. He's been chief now in his community for 9 consecutive terms. His last term was by acclamation. He's taken his community and have faced many, many difficult things. One would think by living close to the city of Sarnia or within the city of Sarnia would be an easy task, but no, far from easy. People that live towards urban settings know that there are outside influences that are constantly attacking a community. And he's had to battle with drugs coming into his community, drug addictions within his community. And he's faced the same challenges that each and every one of our communities face, is poverty, unemployment, and living within an urban setting. But he's turned that around. Do you know now today, his unemployment rate is next to 0. He's been able to take his youth and redirect them towards jobs, meaningful jobs, within the industry that neglected him, that sat right across the road from him. For generations, his people were neglected. And yet he's been able to build the kind of relationship, not only with that multi-international industry in oil, but he's also been able to build the relationship in the other communities, the non-Indian communities. He's built it with the police force. I've seen that. He's built it with the education system. I've seen that. And been able to turn that situation around. And had the know-how and the foresight to be able to look to where our strengths are. And our strengths are in our communities, not in the cities. Our strengths are in our communities. They're with our people. They're with our youth. They're with our young people. And he's been able to harness that energy and bring it forward. Chiefs, my friends, we talked today about a family. We need a family of strong leadership, of accountability. We need a leadership that has a vision, a foresight, to know where to go, how to get there, and when we get there, to get what we want. This is the kind of leadership I think we all look forward to. One that is inclusive, one that can take our weaknesses and turn it into our strengths, one that has the visibility and the foresight. What I want in a leader I want a visionary. I want a person that not only sees the problems of today, but the opportunities that will project us and propel us 20 years down the road. One that can harness the energy of our youth, to harness the wisdom of our past. The one that knows how to get to the next level and bring along people, bring our strengths, bring that vision forward. Ladies and gentlemen, chiefs, my good friends, family, I ask you to think not of what we do today, but what we plan to do tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. When will that lead us forward? Ladies and gentlemen, my chiefs, my family, my friends, we pay tribute to the drum. But the drum is the heartbeat of our people. And with that heartbeat, my friends, my family, I think Chris Plain is a visionary that has the strength, that has the what am I trying to say? Foresight. That came from the drum too. To propel us forward. Join with me, please. Join with me. We tomorrow make pivotal decisions. And the decision that I hope you make with me is to support my good friend, my fellow chief, Chris Plain.
Big question. Right on 5 minutes, he knew when to stop before he was going to go continuously. Yeah, I think you've probably been around for some of those, Joe. Okay, so we need a seconder in the circle, and I believe we have somebody identified that wants a second.
Hi, I'm Chief Kimberly Brzett, Kettle and Stony Point First Nation, and I second that nomination for Chief Chris Plain. I echo a lot of the words that Joe said. Chris has created very meaningful relationships within our community. He's been a part of our community. A lot of our members call him Chief as well. And he's always been there for our elders and our community, and I believe that he treats every First Nation citizen as his own, and I've always seen that in him, and I'm grateful to second this nomination. Big much.
Bonjour. Gimal Lewis, Quiswa Indigenous Cause, Mung Dodum, Nedbazak Mundonjaba, Pickmobert First Nation, come from the Loon Clan. And I'm here to nominate for Deputy Grand Chief, Mel Hardy of Rocky Bay First Nation. I have some Sema here for you. Hopefully you can take this and accept my nomination for you. I've known Mel for a number of years now. Kind of known him off and on, maybe about 10 years, and I've got to know him more in the past maybe 6-7 years, and I recall him first being elected in Thunder Bay and Fort William First Nation when they had the elections there, and I liked his style. I liked what he stood for. I liked his advocacy. It wasn't just what he said, but within the duration of the past couple of years, 6 years now, he didn't just talk it, he walked it. You know, I know for Anishinabek, Pickmobert First Nation, Mel was always on the call. Mel was there. And when we needed his help, his advocacy, he was there. And I know he's been a chief of Rocky Bay for, I think it was about six years, and deputy grand council chief for the Lake Superior region for 6 years. And there was times I've seen him around. He always engaged me. He always tried to keep me informed, up to date on the latest of what's happening in Nish country. And I really valued that information. I really valued that openness, that willingness, that eagerness to help. Sometimes I wouldn't even ask for his help, and he would be there to ask, what way can I support you? What way can I support the Pickmobert First Nation? What way can I help you support your jurisdiction in Nedametsagma and Anishinaabe? What way can I help you protect your fish, your water, your moose? What way can we help you fend off mining claims in your traditional territory? How can we help in your Aboriginal title claim? And he was always there, side by side, doing his work and doing what he's supposed to be as a Gima and as a helper. So I ask Chiefs to consider Mel Hardy for the Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation. Miigwech.
I'll have to ask, is there a seconder, and you're going to second that nomination?
Yes, thanks, Chief. David Musqua, as Chief of the Pace Plat First Nation, I second that nomination. I don't know him that well.
Okay, there's... I guess there's always some fun when we're in the circle here. And we ended up just here. Okay, so it's the end of the circle. And I guess at this point I'm supposed to ask 3 more times, are there any further nominations? So that's once. Then I'm going to consult with my youth to make sure our records are straight, and then we'll ask for a motion to accept the nominations. Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations? So calling for nominations 3 times, and look and see if Fred's watching me, make sure I'm doing okay there. Oh, there he is. We'll declare the nominations closed for Deputy Grand Council Chief. We're going to have a quick consultation with our youth to make sure our records are the same, and then we'll ask for the motion. Okay, so all of our youth agree on what we saw out here, so that's good. So now we have to ask for it's a resolution to accept the nominations. So Big Didgango Dash Iwi Anishinaabe Gimog Mwanwan Dijad Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs and Assembly, close the nominations procedure for Deputy Grand Council Chief. Declare the following nominees for the position of Grand Council Chief: Chris Plain and Melvin Hardy. Could I get somebody to move that resolution? We got Chief Mike and Chief Makwabi. Get that, Kevin? I'll ask if there's any opposition. I see none, so we get the resolution is carried. Miigwech. And now we're going to do the same thing for Grand Council Chief.
Maing ngido metodishkas menurut Doram Chisagi. Brent Niganab, Mississauga First Nation, nominate for Grand Chief Reggie Niganab. I'm not really good at speaking, so bear with me. Reggie Niganab led our nation for many years. He was one of the longest serving chiefs we had. He brought us prosperity. He brought youth always to these gatherings. He led us to a time of peace. And it's what we need right now. You know, I heard mentioned here from our elder, we're not thinking about the nation separately. That's not the way we do things. It's not north and south or the island. The nation is for all of us. And that's what Reg offers. He offers to bring us together and to unite us. You know, policy and things are important. We can't just do as we please as leaders. We have to follow protocols. And traditionally, we had those protocols. Traditionally, we had to do that. If not, we'd be removed from our positions. And so those things are important that they happen, that are in place. And what Reg is offering us is that. He's offering us to move us forward. He has advanced our nation. And right now, I am proud to be from Mississauga. Mississauga, you know, we always are thinking forward. Our leadership is a mix, but we're young, so we're always trying to move our own way forward. And I think that's what Reg offers us. He offers this Anishinaabe nation to keep going forward. We can no longer go back. And the backbone of that is our culture. We were raised with our culture. As you see him say, you know, Sturgeon clan. That's the way our grandparents and parents raised us. We come from families of pipe carriers. I myself am a pipe carrier. Our grandfather and our grandfather and our great-grandfather were also chiefs. We come from long lines of leading this, our nation. And I'm happy to throw my support behind him to continue to lead this nation. So I asked that chiefs and council and proxies, may you support Reg, and may we do this in a good way moving forward, and no more splintering and fighting amongst each other. That's what the government wants us to do. You know, we have the Huron Treaty right now happening in our area, and there's lots of disagreements Right now, you think it'd be a time of celebration, but you know, we have to move forward, and we can make those things positive things. And I think that's what I know. That's what Reg will do. So Mississauga offers our support to him, and we hope to have your support also. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Now I'll ask if there's somebody who's going to second. I had somebody point out to me that they want to second that nomination.
Honorable bonjour. Nosh Kung, Ted Williams, and Disakash Ramam, and Jickening Lonjabog, Gigo Donem. I'd like to second that nomination. I offer this tobacco to you. I've been in politics for 42 years, since 1982. I think there's only a couple of people who've been around here longer than me, and I'm looking at one of them. To take on the role of being a leader in a indigenous community, in a First Nation community, is not without its challenges. We all know that. We hear it, we feel it, but we do it. We do it because we love our family. We do it because we love our community. We do it because we see a future for our families, for our community, for our kids. I've been coming off and on for 42 years. I don't say a whole lot. I observe, and when I need to, I will speak. And I've watched, and I've seen many chiefs, many leaders from all of your communities. And I'd be lying to say if I'd said everything was great. You yourselves know that there's been challenges. Reg has been around for 15 years. A leader in this community, and then he became a leader for the Anishinaabe Nation. I watched him, watched how he carries himself, watched how he talks, watched how he treats everyone with respect, watched the passion, watched him walk with integrity, with purpose, the dedication that he has for the Anishinaabe Nation. And I'm very impressed with his leadership. He is a mix of culture, and he is a mix of intellect, where he can get down with his community, but he can rise to the occasion to tackle bureaucracy, provincial and federal governments. So he has the range that is required to take on the task of being our Grand Council Chief. And I don't say this lightly. It's been said here before. We are a family. We are a family. And I'd like to acknowledge anyone who's running. Because it takes courage, intestinal fortitude. Not everybody is in your corner. Not everybody's in your proven the last 3 years, and as he has proven over the course of his career working as a First Nation politician. Remember this, we are a family. It's been said before, we're all one. And regardless of how many people, how many of our chiefs put their name forward, we will move forward as a family. Big Welsh.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chief Scott McLeod. I'm not yet Chief of the Sixth First Nation. I have been in politics for 21 years now, starting as a councillor and then 8 years as Chief. I've been involved in unions quite extensively over that period of time. And during that period of time, I also got to witness somebody take a leadership position and grow as a leader. And it's my pleasure, my honor, to nominate Linda Dubosky as Grand Council Chief. I've watched Linda work on many files for the Anishinaabe, for the Chiefs of Ontario, for the Assembly of First Nations, everything from wastewater to drinking water, to housing infrastructure, to health, all the files. And I've always watched her in her diligence and how she is articulate and researches everything to a point where she makes sound decisions on things on behalf of not only her community, but even when she was a chief for 8 years, she was influencing decisions for other communities across Ontario, across Canada. I watched her in her community. I watched her stand up to drug dealers. I watched her stand up to the OPP, the school boards, on behalf of her children. And when they had no band administrator, I've watched her take two hats and do a good job doing both at the same time. She's always done that with pride, and I admire her for that, and I'm honored that I got to work alongside of her. You know, the Union of Ontario of Indians, the Anishinaabe Nation, has been around for 75 years. 75 years with some great leaders, including Glenn Hare, Joe Hare, Joe Muskokoman, as well as Fred Plain, Vern Root, John Bocage, a long list of leaders, including my friend Reg. Glenn Hare, I see him in the back. But what's missing? 75 years. What's missing? Why? Is it because our women, our Kwewak, were not smart enough? Is it because they weren't good leaders? No, it wasn't because of that. It was because they didn't have a fair playing field, even in our field. They did not have a fair playing field, and they had to be more than twice as good as male leaders to even be considered. So I ask you, when we have somebody that has those qualifications. Should we not look and support them? Not because she's a woman, because I would not support a man just because he's a man. I support Linda Dubosky because she has proven herself to be a leader in our community and a leader for the Anishinaabe Nation. Miigwech.
Okay, I'll ask if there's a seconder.
Chief Corbier, Ondak Dominic-Connie, and I am in honor to second the nomination for Grand Council Chief for Linda Dubosky. I did write something 2:30 this morning when I woke up, but I'm super tired right now. And I'd like to acknowledge the drum, the staff, the regional chiefs, and Chief Reg for all the hard work that they do. And I know Chief Linda, she resonates her voice. You can hear it all over Manitoulin. When she is ready and she's willing to move something, to get it going. And I did ask people to quote people, but I'm not going to read them. The issue is that they said that she fights the fight and she never gives up until she wins. Because we have a lot of issues that are coming on. We talk about them at the RHW and other political meetings about the Métis and different things. We need a voice that resonates. We need a voice that amplifies and that it looks after our people. We have struggles in our community. The drugs is the major thing killing our people. We see it every day. We could put crosses on our highways. It would go 4 or 5 miles on Manitoulin because of the number of drug overdoses. We need to look at that. Chagin, they did a state of emergency. Why? Because they're supporting all our First Nations. It's not just ours. It's not yours. It's everybody's. We say we're a family. We got to start acting like a family. Because we don't get it from our own families. As they say earlier, our families are our worst critics. The RHT is spoiling people. People are angry out there, and all the chiefs have been a beating under the 21 First Nations this year. We shouldn't have that. It should have been a time of celebration, but it's not. So we're going to have more drug issues going on. We got more animosity, more people fighting. You got lineups of people protesting at band office these days. But you have a strong leader there. I don't just come here to nominate her because she's my friend, or I've worked with her at the tribal council as the tribal chair. It's because she has a strong voice. She knows the politics, she knows the government, she knows them by name. And she's brought a lot of politicians to Manitoulin because of her involvement with them. Even her fight in Chagin, her fight everywhere. She doesn't just stick up for herself, and you've seen that at political meetings that we've been on. She fights for the cause of every First Nation that's on in Ontario, abroad that, at the Chiefs of Ontario, and at the AFN. She's been involved with our police negotiations on Manitoulin Island. We're in a court case right now with the human rights issue with 3 police forces. And we wished everybody would have stood behind us, but they didn't. But that's the problem. I'm asking you today to stand behind a strong leader, not because she's my friend or because she's a woman. I stand behind her because she knows what she's doing. She is a researcher and she follows through with what she says she's going to do. And I think every one of these First Nations here need help. And we need to tell them what we need help at. And it needs to be relevant at the Anishinaabe Nation what we need to do. We can't have people telling us what's wrong with our communities. We need to tell them what's wrong with our communities. It works the other way. And hopefully we'll all get together and stick together and start working together and start building a nation again. That's relevant because when we look at other First Nations, you can hear them whispering. Why do we come to these meetings? We've been talking about that stuff for 30 years and there's no results. We have a woman that likes results and she'll fight to give results. So Miigwech, Linda, I wholeheartedly support you and I'm dedicated to working with you if you're the Grand Council Chief. Miigwech.
Just to clarify, the first one is a 1-minute warning. And yeah, you can.
I was watching that earlier as people kept bumping into it.
Chief Corbier says like one is pays attention to the drum. Yeah. Okay, I believe we're in the spot. Turn Ted to nominate somebody. Okay, so Fred's watching me again, so I can't miss this step. It's a legal step. Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations for Grand Council Chief? Are there any further nominations for Grand Council Chief? Appears not. Fred's got a smile on his face. I think it did my job. Just going to have a quick consult with our youth here. Make sure we've all got the same names, and then we'll come back for our motion. All of our youth have the same name, so it's good we move forward with our resolution. Dikit, Namug, Josh Ginway, Anishinaabe, Gimug, Mawan, did what? Other one's a little bit better than the first time. Let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabe Chiefs of the Assembly, close the nominations procedure for the position of Grand Council Chief. Declare the following nominees for position of Grand Council Chief: Rich Nikanovi and Linda DeBossigay. So can I get a mover to accept those nominations? Okay, got Chief McCabe and Chief Duquette, I believe. Okay. Get that, Kevin? I'll ask if there's any opposition. Any abstentions? Okay, so I say we completed our job. Just a couple more items with more of announcements, and then we'll be done this part of it. Okay, so I did consult with Richard. His pipe ceremony open with is good, so we don't need a ceremony to close today. Just a reminder, tomorrow morning's the elections, and as I mentioned earlier, we'll go through the election rules again tomorrow morning. We're going to do a Deputy Grand Council Chief election first. We'll take a short break, and then we'll do the Grand Council Chief elections. So the nominees will have an opportunity to speak for 10 minutes each tomorrow morning, and then we'll do the Deputy Grand Council Chief and the Grand Council Chief nominations. Just a reminder, there's a sweat lodge tonight for anybody who likes to attend at Laurentian University, and Chop said it's going to start at 6 o'clock, and there's a feast after that as well, after the sweat lodge. So I guess for my part for today, we're done, but I'm going to call on Thunder Earth to play a song to close off our nominations. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge our youth for the job they did, and like I say, take it seriously, and we'll be seeing them again tomorrow. Whoa, miigwech, under earth.
So while we're still together and in circle, we have a couple of announcements. We have a couple of announcements. I want to acknowledge all the happiness in this room. I just wanted to remind the Lake Huron people that you have the caucus in the Georgian B room. The Northern Superior are going to meet in the Georgian C room. We have maps and directions to go to the university for the sweats this evening. Rhonda has them. And while you're in the mood of celebrating special things, it's a special day today. It started out fairly special. We want to keep it going special. So I want you to put your hands together and help me sing happy birthday to Marcy. Marcia Trudeau Bomberry. It's her special birthday today, or special day. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Marcia. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. So we have the caucuses and the closing drum at 4.